Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Appreciate you guys joining us for day 7. So we got to switch the thumbnail. Sorry about that, guys. We're actually on day 7 of Monica Sementilli. And for those that were watching the Megan Boswell trial, we are planning on doing Megan in the morning and Monica in the afternoon. So if that caused any confusion, apologies for that, but hopefully that will explain our...
It's there.
It's there. What is there? Oh, okay.
So you can switch it out, sorry.
Let's see here. Let us switch this out for you guys. We're in day 7. Day 7. Okay. All right, let's get to court because they have started about 5 minutes ago, so we are going to go into court.
The next witness. It's 2 weeks from tomorrow. We're going to stop at 3 o'clock. But you know how my memory is, so remind me. In any event, people may call the next witness.
Schon.
You could please face me and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
My first name is Sally, S-A-L-L-Y, and my last name is Schon, S-C-H-O-E-N.
It's showing you're somewhat soft-spoken. If you can move the microphone close to me and speak right into it loudly.
Okay.
Thank you. Proceed, please.
Thank you. Ms. Schon, I'm going to ask you some questions back in the time frame of 2017. During that time frame, where were you employed?
I was in Geneva, Switzerland.
Okay. Prior to that, in the years 2010, leading up to Geneva, Switzerland, where were you employed?
I was in here, Woodland Hills, California.
Who were you employed by?
First, I was employed by Procter & Gamble, and then in 2016, we were acquired by Coty.
During that time frame, did you know Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
How did you know him?
2010, our families were moved here to work on the integration of Wella into Procter & Gamble, and Fabio and his family came from Toronto, and I came from Cincinnati, Ohio.
Now, you said Wella and Procter & Gamble. You and Fabio both worked for those two companies. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you just briefly explain what those companies are?
So Procter & Gamble is the largest consumer goods company in the world, still is today. And Coty purchased our fine fragrances, salon professional, cosmetics businesses in 2016, and we were spun off from Procter & Gamble.
Were you already employed by the company before Fabio came on board?
Yes.
Can you explain how that happened?
I joined right out of college in 1992 and started in sales, and I developed a specialty in hair care and helped with the acquisition of Clairol. So I had a color background, hair color. And when we bought Wella, Procter & Gamble had no experience in the salon professional division. And so because I knew color from Clairol and Fabio was a hairdresser, I'm not a hairdresser, we were put together to help integrate this business.
What was his role?
His role was in charge of the field, the relationship with all of our artists, all of our shows, all the aspects of the salon professional that I was not familiar with. I was familiar with all the Procter & Gamble processes and systems, and he was familiar with salon professional, the industry.
So did you move to Woodland Hills then at the same time frame that Fabio and his family moved to Woodland Hills?
Yes, we both moved in July 2010.
Do you know his wife, Monica Sementilli?
Yes.
Do you see her in court?
Yes.
Can you please identify where she's sitting and what she's wearing?
She's wearing a blue blazer and a white sweater.
And again, what time frame is this now when your two families, yours and the Sementillis, moved to Woodland Hills?
July 2010.
How long did you live in Woodland Hills then?
So I was told very early on that the goal was that Fabio would be my successor, and I knew that from the beginning in 2010. And my goal was, by the company, was to enable one of the first hairdressers to take over a major billion-dollar, multi-billion-dollar business within Salon Professional. So we started working together in 2010.
So from 2010, then you were working with Fabio in the understanding that he would take over your role at some point.
That's right.
How long did you remain then living in Woodland Hills with this relationship with Fabio?
So 2013, he was promoted into my role, and I was assigned to go to Global to do the same thing I had done in North America and Switzerland. So I didn't technically move to Switzerland in 2014.
Okay. So during that time frame then, did you maintain a relationship with the Sementillis?
Absolutely.
And can you just describe what that relationship was between you and your family and the Sementillis?
So because we were both put into a city that neither of us was familiar with, and because I knew, I don't know that Fabio, but I think he did know that he was going to be my heir apparent. We didn't talk about that so much, but we just came together for everything, whether it was Easter dinners, we entertained our staff at our homes. I met his family, he met my family, we met Monica's family at Christmas for drinks at our house one time, and we were very intertwined. My partner and Monica shopped together. You have no support system when you move to another country, as they did, and as we moved to a city we'd never been to.
During this time frame, 2010 until you moved to Switzerland in 2014, did you observe you yourself what you presume to be any problems or concerns between the relationship between the defendant and Fabio?
Not at all.
Overruled.
So at some point then, you moved to Switzerland to resume or assume a new responsibility. Did you keep in touch with the Sementilli family?
Absolutely. Mostly Fabio, but we did communicate, and Fabio was always invited to our house when he came over. There are big events every year called the Hair Olympics Trend Vision, and I don't recall all of the events, whether Monica came, but I know the last one in 2016 she wasn't able to make, but my partner had asked if they would go out and do things in Barcelona, but she wasn't able to make that one.
Okay. Now, the date of January 23rd, 2017, how did you hear about the murder of Fabio?
My cell phone went off. It was 6:30 in the morning in Geneva, and I looked at the cell phone and thought, why is Michelle Mason calling me, my boss? And kind of thought that was rude to call so early in the morning, but I picked up the phone, and she was crying, and she was yelling in the phone, "Fabio's dead." And of course I was shocked and asked, what happened? What's going on? What are you talking about? And
did you do something within the company then to announce that?
Yes. So I had to go right into the office and get with public relations. Fabio had a huge presence in our company across the world, and I had to work on, with the public relations and Michelle, all the communications to the entire organization.
Did you come back to Toronto then February 4th for the memorial that was held in Canada?
I did.
Prior to that, did you come back to any of the memorials that were held in Woodland Hills?
No.
Specifically the memorial in Toronto, February 4th, did you see the defendant there?
I did.
Did you talk to her there?
It wasn't a time or place to talk. I just met her in the greeting line where all the people were greeting her at the wake, and then I was at the church and saw the family, but it was maybe I was able to touch her, give her a slight hug in the wake line, but that was it.
Subsequent to that, did you end up traveling then to Los Angeles at some point?
Yes,
When was that?
immediately afterwards.
Okay. When you say immediately, you're at February 4th in Toronto. Would it be within a week?
Literally, it was the same ticket. So I stopped in Toronto because I had spoken with Sal and had offered, because I had led the North America organization, that I would come back to help with emotional support and leadership support because of my global role, but also because I had run North America prior to Fab and knew everybody. So
During that time frame in February, did you go to the Sementilli house?
I did.
Can you explain that
So
meeting?
it was probably a week or so after the Toronto service, and Dave Diaz, Patty, his wife, and I were in Woodland Hills.
Can I interrupt you for one moment?
Yes.
Who is Dave Diaz?
Dave Diaz was formerly Fabio's boss in Canada, and he was also on an international assignment in Woodland Hills, and he was in charge of our go-to-market strategy operations.
If anime marketing exhibit is people's 91, a photograph of an individual labeled at the top, David Diaz.
Yes.
Is that who you're referring to as David Diaz?
Yes.
Okay. So you went with him and his wife over to the Sementilli house, then somewhere around the week of February 12th, that time frame?
Somewhere.
Okay.
Yes.
And when you got there, what happened?
We had offered to bring brunch because of our strong connections. It had nothing really to do with the company, just our strong connections to be there for Monica and the girls. I believe Monica's sister was there. The girls were there. Patty, because they lived in LA at the time, I did not. She brought a egg casserole and I picked up bagels, and we went over and just tried to lend emotional support.
During that time frame, during that time then, how did you feel about being in the house?
I was totally freaked out.
Can you explain that?
Yeah, I had heard that Fabio had been murdered there and on the patio by the pool, and we didn't know who had done it at that time, and didn't know if people would come back and try to attack or anything like that. And so I would never have gone by myself. And yeah, it was just, we were all freaked out.
How did, in your opinion, how did Monica, the defendant, appear? Did she appear scared at all while you were there?
No.
Did anything happen that scared you while you were there?
Yes.
What happened?
The windows were open because it was a nice day, and the wind caught a door in the house and slammed it. And David, myself, and Patty jumped up from the table and were completely freaked out, and even jumped up and looked what had happened. And the family just said, "Oh, it's a door, that happens." But we were already on edge being in the house, but I distinctly remember being so scared.
Were you shown around the house or the back patio by the defendant?
Yes, I hadn't been to this house before. I'd been to their other house, and I really didn't want to go outside, but they wanted to show me the pool and the area, and so as quickly as I could, I went back in to the house.
So you were shown the area where you knew or thought you knew Fabio to be murdered?
Yeah.
Was there anything unusual about that area that you noticed?
I just tried not to look at it. I was very uneasy.
At that time, did you talk to the defendant at all about the safety of staying in that house?
Not at that time. The next time we got together, this was very raw, and so we were really there to be there for the family and the kids, and it wasn't a time to ask a lot of questions other than how are you doing, and get caught up on kind of more superficial things.
Did you see the defendant at another point a month later in March?
I did.
What was the reason for that?
Again, we were always trying to lend support to her and the kids. And I had invited them out to dinner to an Italian place I knew they liked in Woodland Hills. And Monica, Jess, and one of the cousins came. But Isabella wasn't there because she was working.
And this was a dinner?
This was a dinner.
In March?
March.
I don't know if you said this, but do you know about what time you went to dinner?
What time? It was after work for me, so probably 5:36.
Okay. And during that dinner then, did you specifically talk about the house and feeling safe in the house?
Well, I asked Monica how she was doing, how could I help with anything, and that's when we started getting into, because the girls were a little more separated in the booth away from us, and I could ask her some questions of how could I help, and that's when we started talking about, do you feel safe in the house?
And what did she tell you?
She did. She shared that someone had given money, or they had redone linens and stuff in the house, and so because all that was taken care of, she felt safe in the house.
Did she talk about any security, though, such as surveillance or alarms or anything of that nature?
Not that I recall.
So when you asked her about safety, she talked about getting money for linens and things of that nature.
Yeah, there were some things replaced. Because again, we thought this was a, burglary gone wrong type of thing, and somebody being in your house touching your stuff. I assume that's why they replaced stuff, because that would be gross.
So when you're having this conversation about, can I help you with anything? What do you need? Did she talk to you at all about money?
Yes.
And what was that conversation?
The first part was that Cody was going to no longer pay Fabio's salary, and she didn't know what she was going to do.
And let me stop you. This is March of 2017, so somewhere around 6-7 weeks after the murder, correct?
Correct.
Now, up until this point, had there been any guarantee to the defendant that Fabio's salary would be extended for 6 months?
As form sustained.
Up until this point, had there been any conversation regarding giving Monica money from your company to help her survive, basically?
I would.
Well, then you tell us the conversation.
Well, I said, how can I help? Is there anything else that I can do? And she mentioned that his salary was stopping, and I know how expensive things are in California. And so I said, well, let me go back. That doesn't seem right. Even when we let people go for cause, we often give them several months of money to ease their transition. And so I went back and spoke with Henry, and Henry took up the fight to get 6 months of his salary extended, which then gave them a glide path that would not just immediately stop the income from coming in.
So from that conversation, then, you were able to start the ball rolling of securing that 6 month salary?
Correct. Henry did all the work, but I brought back the concern, and also, to me, an injustice that that's not how we treat people at our company.
Okay, so at this point, you're wanting, obviously, to help financially.
Yes, I was advocating that they get the money.
What about insurance? Did she bring up the insurance or life insurance?
She brought up that she was very frustrated with the police because she was calling them constantly, like every day, to get an update of what was going on. She wasn't hearing back, and that, yes, that the insurance was not available, but that was also the next means of support, and actually, if we didn't give her the salary, that would have been her primary means of support.
Did she ask you for any help with the insurance?
I think it was in the conversation that just, I never called the police. I took everything back to Henry, but I shared with Henry that she's not getting answers. Maybe the company can call and help. But that's as far, I just took everything back to Henry because he was the point person.
Was the financial aspect the primary topic when you spoke to the defendant, when you offered help?
Yes.
How did that dinner end then?
Well, like I mentioned, Isabella was not able to be there, which I was sad about because I wanted to see how she was doing, and she was working. And so I think Monica got a text towards the end of the meal that Isabella was on her way home. And I said, oh, please tell her to come this way, before she goes home, and we can get a dinner and I can stay, we can order it, no problem. And she said, no, Isabella's going directly home. And I said, imagined a teenager coming into the dark house that I was so freaked out to be at, because now it's 7:38 at night. I'm like, go. I got the bill. I was going to pick up the bill anyhow, but I'm like, no, you have to go. You have to be at the house to meet her. And there was no urgency to do that. They did leave, but it was me that was freaking out of thinking of her. And if I was the mom, I would have insisted that she come to the restaurant and not go home alone.
Was it dark out at this time that
Yes.
Isabella was texting that she was on her way home?
Yes.
And in your observation, the defendant, did she seem concerned at all that her 16-year-old daughter was going home alone in the dark to the house where her father was murdered?
No.
As forms, that is overruled.
So,
The objection was overruled.
and your answer was,
No.
Okay, thank you.
thank you. Monica then, the defendant, did she tell you about a trip to Vegas?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that?
That was also at the March dinner. And she said a friend of hers had a timeshare, and she was going to go take some time off and go to this timeshare in Vegas.
Did she tell you who she was going with?
She did not.
Did she tell you why she was going?
Just to get away. And I remember being a little bit shocked because to me, Vegas is not the place that I would go immediately after the tragedy. But then I felt really badly for judging her, if that's where she had somebody who offered her, because of the money situation, a free place to go. That, okay, Vegas might not be for me, but if somebody has a timeshare there and they offer it to you, then it kind of made sense that she might do that.
And do you know if she ever stayed in this timeshare?
Objection, foundation, speculation.
Sustain.
When you, did she tell you about a Rob Baker? Did you ever hear that name come out of her mouth?
No.
Did she tell you that she was having an intimate relationship with somebody?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she was going to Las Vegas with another man?
No.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
Hi, good morning, Ms. Schon.
Hi.
You testified about your relationship with the Sementilli family from 2010 to about 2017, right?
Yes.
And how you had a very intertwined relationship with the family
Yes.
and entertained together, spent holidays together.
Yes.
And am I correct that, and you were interviewed by the detectives and the prosecutor in this case for the first time in March of 2021, right?
I'm not sure of the exact time, but
Okay.
I was interviewed by them, yes.
It was several years after Monica's arrest.
It could be, if you have the time.
Were you interviewed more than one time, or was it just one time?
Twice.
Okay, and do you recall when you were interviewed the second time?
Yeah, that one I recall. That was, I think, April of 2024, because we thought it was going to trial.
And at that interview, did you just review what you had previously told the detectives in the prior interview?
Yes.
Am I correct that when you were interviewed, you described the relationship between Monica and Fabio as very adoring and very loving,
Yes.
and that, in your opinion, you observed that they had a very healthy relationship.
That's what we observed.
When you went to the memorial in Toronto around February 4th, you testified that you had only briefly seen Monica. There was some sort of line and people were greeting Monica.
Yes.
And am I correct that you also, when you were first interviewed by the detectives, you relayed to the detectives that at that memorial, Monica could hardly speak,
Yes.
and that you actually described her as she was basically fell apart?
Yes.
And then you saw Monica just shortly after that memorial in Los Angeles when you took it upon yourself to offer to bring brunch over to the home.
Yes.
And even though you knew that that home was the site of a crime scene, you did go over to that home to lend emotional support to Monica.
Yes.
You testified that you said they wanted to show you the crime scene area. Who is they that wanted to show you the area?
I wouldn't say they wanted to show me the crime scene area. I think they wanted me to see the new house and the pool and the outside area, which was beautiful, but that was where the crime scene was.
Okay. And who is they?
Monica, the girls, they were very excited about the house because I had not seen it. I'd seen their other home before that. And so they were really proud of this beautiful home, but it forced me to go where the crime had been.
Okay, so it was Monica, Jessica, and Bella who had given you kind of like a home tour
Yes.
of the new place.
Yes.
And then you testified that you testified about this dinner at a restaurant sometime in March with Monica and Jessica.
Yes.
Was anybody else at that dinner?
Yes, one of the cousins.
Okay, do you know
I think
which cousin?
Monica's sister's daughter, I believe. I don't remember her name.
Okay, and when you talked about how you were speaking with Monica and some people were off to the side in a booth, are you referring to Jessica and then the other cousin?
Yeah, where we sat was a booth, and it was large enough where the girls were doing the girls thing, and I don't know if they were looking at social media or what they were doing, but it was appropriate for me to ask Monica some things and have an adult conversation while they were distracted and talking right there, because there's certain things you don't want to talk about in front of teenagers.
Okay. And is it your belief that neither of the girls overheard that conversation with Monica?
Yes.
With respect to, well, let me ask you this. After that March dinner, you during this period of January 23 to June of 2017, you were located in Switzerland, right?
No, I was flying back every few weeks to be with the organization doing both jobs and trying to help the North America organization and the leadership team that Fabio had and consoling everyone, but also running the business, so doing two jobs. So I was literally on a plane every couple weeks back and forth.
And when you came to Los Angeles, going back and forth, you often reached out to Monica and offered to let me know if there's anything I can do to help.
Yes.
Do you want to do this? Do you want to do that?
Yes.
And at some point in April, you did you also see Monica in April?
I didn't see her in April. We were supposed to get together, but she got detained at the Ford dealership for something. And the reason I remember it is because I had things to pick up, bowls and dishes that people had brought from Cody. And even though I couldn't meet her, she asked me to pick them up. They were on the front porch or step where the doorway was by the garage, and to return them to all the people who had brought them food. And I think I may have brought her food too and left it. But she couldn't meet me, but I remember it because I was completely freaked out again about being at that house by myself to go even pick up and drop off the things.
Okay. But you did actually go back to the
I
house
did.
to drop off
I
the
did.
items. Am I correct that when you were interviewed by the detectives and the prosecutors that you had described that in this time period, the times, 2 times that you had seen Monica, that you observed, you thought she looked horrible and was a complete mess, right?
She was a mess when I saw her in February, when at the funeral and the wake and stuff like that. When we went to the house for the brunch, she was pulling herself more together. When I saw her in the dinner, she was pulling herself together. There wasn't the hysterics that had been or anything. It was normal by that point and normal conversation, both at the brunch and at the dinner.
Okay. Did you also tell the detectives that Monica to you appeared depressed?
She didn't, it wasn't so much depressed. It was I hadn't seen her maybe in 2 years, and she had lost a lot of weight and got super fit. And so I wasn't familiar with a much smaller Monica is what I noticed, but I think others said that she had just gotten really fit. So when you don't see somebody in 2 years, that's what I was commenting more to.
Okay. Didn't you also tell the detectives that to you it appeared she had fallen into a complete collapse? Those were the words that you had used?
She was totally collapsed in February at the wake and at the church service, yes.
Going back to the dinner in March, you testify that there was some conversation with Monica. You had actually asked Monica what's going on with the investigation, how are you doing, how are you feeling, and the topic of the status of the LAPD investigation and financial distress came up in that conversation.
Yes.
And you testified that Monica mentioned Fabio's salary was stopping. Okay.
Yes.
And then you took it upon yourself to go back to Henry Meyer and speak to him about why was the salary going to be stopping. Is
Yes.
that right?
Yes.
Okay. Monica didn't ask you to go do that?
No.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor.
The memorial, just a few questions for you. The memorial that you went to in Toronto, you said you had limited interaction with the defendant?
Yes, it was. Fabio was hugely popular. There was a half-hour wait to get up to where the family was, and in the room where you have the, I guess you call it a viewing, but there was not a viewing, to greet the family and show your respects. And so you're just in a big line, and a number of us from the company were there and went through to share our condolences, and that was the first encounter I had with the family.
So did you spend any time then with Monica, the defendant?
No, she was surrounded by family. It's not a place where I spoke with other people that had come into the viewing, but most of the family was completely consumed greeting all the other people that had come for condolences.
So from your observation point, it's what you would assume you would see a grieving widow at a memorial for her murdered husband, right?
Yes.
Did you ever see any tears or actually crying?
I can't say that I did. I saw hysterics. I saw Kleenex, but that was a long time ago, and I can't say that I definitively did.
When you went to her house in February, you said she was pulling herself together at this point. Did she have her composure then, as opposed to the memorial the week before?
Absolutely.
Was she crying with tears at the February meeting at her house?
No.
And then March, you said she was pulling herself together more. I think you used the words normal. Did everything appear normal to you as far as her behavior?
Yes.
Okay, no tears?
No tears.
No crying?
No crying.
And then during this March conversation, when you were talking about money and her need for money, you said then, in response to defense questions, that in April then you had a meeting to meet her, but she was detained at the Ford dealership. Is that right?
Yes.
What was the meeting for?
Objection, foundation, speculation.
The meeting as the person.
The
What?
meeting as to the dealership.
That's not what I. Was that the meeting?
No.
Yeah, it's overruled.
Go ahead, you may answer.
I'm sorry, could you ask the
Sure.
question?
So you had a meeting or an appointment to meet with Monica that day in April when you found out she was at the Ford dealership.
Yes.
What was that for?
We were supposed to go out to dinner, or I was bringing dinner in, I don't remember which, and she was not going to be able to do it because she was running late at the dealership.
Okay. Now, that was weeks after you just had dinner with her when she was talking to you about money and needing money, correct?
Yes.
And you'd made efforts to secure her, you made your own efforts to secure her some financial relief.
Yes.
Did you know that in April she was buying a brand new Mustang at that Ford dealership when she didn't meet you for dinner as planned?
I didn't.
Objection, foundation, speculation.
So stand on the first ground.
Do you know what she was doing at the Ford dealership?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she was buying a new brand new Ford Mustang?
No.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions.
Any recross?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Schon. You're excused. I call your next witness.
You could please face me and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Tracy, Tracy, Rakovich, Raca, V as in Victor, Ich.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, did you fly in from, is it New Jersey to testify in this case?
Yes, New Jersey.
All right. How is it that you are employed today?
So I am employed by a company called International Flavors and Fragrances as the Global Benefits Director.
Okay.
I'm sorry, ma'am, you just moved the microphone a little.
How long have you been the Global Benefits Director for this company?
It'll be 3 years in October.
Okay. And before this job, were you at a similar organization or in a similar position at another company?
Yes.
And where was that?
Prior to that, I was at a company called Bausch & Lomb.
Bausch & Lomb, they make eyewear and
Correct.
lenses?
Yes.
And were you the benefits director there as
Yes.
well?
Correct.
Okay. And prior to that?
I was at a company called Church and Dwight in a similar role.
And prior to that, where were you?
I was at Cody.
Okay.
Correct.
So when you worked for Cody, what was your title or position, please?
I was senior benefits manager.
And for what part of the company?
The U.S.-based operations.
Okay, for all of the U.S. operations.
That's correct.
And so where were you based?
New York City.
Okay. How many years did you work for Cody?
About 3 years.
All right. And as the senior benefits manager for the entire U.S. operations for Cody, were you responsible for certain types of benefits
Yes.
for the employees?
Correct.
And what type?
So oversight over health benefits, so medical, dental, prescription, life insurance, and also retirement benefits as well, so 401k, things like that.
Okay. So, in terms of your position, did the company contract with a particular life insurance company to provide life insurance benefits to
Yes.
its employees? What company was that?
MetLife?
And as the senior benefits manager, were you responsible for assisting employees yearly when they enrolled for the following year for their medical, dental, life insurance, retirement, things of that nature?
Yes, during annual enrollment.
All right. And in addition to assisting the employees with their enrollment, were you also responsible for processing any death claims through
Yes.
MetLife?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, given that you manage the life insurance, retirement, and the health and welfare portion, were you also responsible for managing any stock options through the company?
No,
Okay.
that was handled by another department.
And was that handled more at a local level?
Yes,
Did you know somebody by the name, or do you know somebody by the name of Henry Meyer?
I do.
Okay. And how did you know Henry?
Henry was the local HR contact in the Woodland Hills office, so he was my colleague based in California.
Okay. And so in terms of managing the stock options, equity, pay, compensation, things of that nature, would that have been handled at the local level by Henry?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you also know somebody by the name of Janet Cover?
Yes.
And was she somebody who worked under Henry?
Yes.
Did you ever meet somebody by the name of Fabio Sementilli?
I did.
And when did you meet him?
During the transition when Cody purchased Wella, we had educational benefit seminars to talk about the new benefits Cody was offering, and he had attended one of those.
Okay. And so you were here in the Los Angeles area, in the
Yes.
Woodland Hills area?
I believe it was Woodland Hills.
Okay. And was that sometime maybe in May or June of 2016?
Thereabouts, yes, approximately.
Okay. So was that a seminar where you would have, again, been assisting the employees in the Woodland Hills office with the new benefit package that was being offered by the company?
That's correct.
All right. Showing you People's 13, do you recognize who you see here?
Yes, that's Fabio.
Okay. Now, after you you met him at Wella, this was during, you said, the integration process, correct?
Yes.
Did you have multiple communications with him about his benefits in order to assist him in enrolling for the new year, which would have been the 2017 enrollment?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, I have an email exchange that appears to be 18 pages in length. May it be collectively marked as People's 92?
Yes.
There appears to be a red 1 on this first page at the bottom left. Do you know somebody by the name of Deborah Stroff?
Yes.
And who is Deborah Stroff?
She was my manager at the time.
Okay, so she was above you.
Correct.
And that was at Cody.
Yes.
And looking at this first page of Exhibit 92, is this a basically a reintroduction from Deborah to you and Fabio together?
Correct, yes.
And was this the beginning of an email exchange, as we discussed, of you assisting Fabio Sementilli in enrolling for his 2017 benefits?
Correct.
Showing you the next page, People's 92, which is page 2 at the bottom left, is that first email occurred, it looks like, on April 8th of 2016, and according to the email at 1:47 p.m. Showing you page 2 of this email exchange. Does this appear to be an email between you and Fabio, as well as Deborah and Fabio's professional assistant, Alicia Truesdale, on April 9th, following day?
Yes.
Okay. And in this particular email, you are the two of you trying to set up an appointment so that you can discuss his benefits?
That's correct.
And were you introduced to Fabio? Did you know him as the Vice President of Education for Wella Salon?
I believe I knew his title, yes.
Showing you page 3 of this email exchange. Is this an email that you sent to Fabio with some information in order to assist him in reviewing the new benefits that were being offered through Cody?
Correct, yes.
Showing you page 4. Does this include some of the information that you sent to Fabio in terms of Cigna, so health benefits, dental benefits, things of that nature?
Yes, it's a benefit summary.
Okay. So these are documents you actually sent to him, correct?
Correct.
Showing you page 5. Is this another set of pages that you sent to Fabio to review regarding dental, vision, and other benefits that he could enroll in?
Yes, it is.
Showing you page 6, or what's marked as page 6, and looking at the top left. Again, are these some of the documents you sent to Fabio to review for enrollment in terms of his various benefits, as well as on the right side?
Correct, yes.
Showing you page 7. Is this an exchange between you and Fabio that took place after you sent those documents on April 12th regarding any P&G disability program?
Yes.
Okay. And on the following day, showing you page 8, is this a conversation or a response that you sent to Fabio regarding having met with him the day prior on April 12th?
Yes, it is.
And in this particular email exchange or response that you sent him, you discussed RSUs. What's an RSU?
Restricted stock unit.
Okay. So in this particular email, you were talking about the RSU vesting, whether or not if he left the company at some time prior to vesting, if they would be forfeited and things of that nature. Is that right?
Correct. And I had worked with Henry to complete these answers as he handled the compensation information locally.
Okay.
Yep.
And then you also talked about severance at the bottom.
Yes.
Showing you page 9 of this Exhibit 92. Is this a email that Fabio sent you on April 20th regarding disability?
Yes.
Okay. And did you send him a response that we see on page 10, clarifying that the disability plan's benefits don't include a cost of living increase?
That's correct.
Okay. And this was an exchange that took place on April 21st at about 5:22 in the afternoon or the evening?
Correct. The morning.
I'm sorry, a.m. Looking at the following page, page 11 of People's 92, is this a response that Fabio sent you a little later that same day where he attached some disability option that he had prior to the company being integrated into Cody?
Correct.
Showing you page 12 of this document is this, and I'm going to turn it sideways, the document that Fabio had sent to you regarding his 2016 benefits on April 21st of 2016.
Yes.
And in terms of his benefits in 2016, it appears that he had life insurance plus he had purchased 5 times his annual salary, including his 1-year annual base pay, correct?
That is correct.
So prior to 2017, Fabio, had he died, would have been receiving 6 times his annual salary?
Yes.
And do you know what his annual salary was?
At the time at Cody, it was about $222,000 a year.
Okay. So in 2016, again, if he had died, it would be 6 times 222,000.
Correct.
And showing you the following page, page 13, was this the second page that went along with page 12 with respect to his beneficiaries for his life insurance?
I believe so, yes.
Showing you page 14 of Exhibit 92. Was this a responsive email that Fabio sent you at about 7 p.m. that night after he read through the disability program?
Correct.
Showing you page 15 of Exhibit 92. Is this a response that you sent regarding what Cody offers in terms of long-term disability on April 25th, 2016?
Yes.
And then in this particular email, did you also discuss with him that he had some questions regarding the 401k portion?
That is correct.
And again, that would be a retirement benefit,
Yes,
correct?
correct.
That you would have managed.
Correct.
Showing you page 16 of Exhibit 92. Is this a response that Fabio sent you later that same day, that morning at 9:02?
Yes, yes it is.
And so in this particular email, he was asking specifically about life insurance, his 401 contributions, and whether they were being automatically deducted from his paycheck, and also he wanted some information on the pension program, correct?
Correct.
That also would be a retirement benefit, correct?
That's correct.
Showing you page 17. Would this be a response that you sent him again later that same day on April 25th regarding life insurance, dependent, whether or not he could purchase dependent life insurance for his spouse, his children? You mentioned the 401k and the fact that Cody offers a 401 instead of a pension plan.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And then in this last page, page 18, is this an email that Fabio sent you later that day regarding a 3.5% contribution from Cody?
Yes.
What was that referring to? What was that conversation? That you
Sure.
had?
So the 3.5% was in addition to, your own money you put into the 401k and employer matching contribution, there was an additional 3.5% contribution based on his age. The contribution differed by employees' ages.
So on top of whatever the employee puts in and on top of whatever the company matches, there is a percentage on top of that that's added on for depending on your age group.
That is correct.
And if we go back to page 6 of Exhibit 92, this document that you sent him at the bottom, is this what you're referring to where the percentage depends on his age group?
That's correct.
And so if he was in the age group of at age 49, that's where the 3.5% gets added on.
That's right, yes.
Did you, again, review with Fabio his 2016 benefits as opposed to now what he was changing over to in 2017 and what would be comparable?
Right, the differences in changing companies and the benefit offerings.
Your Honor, I have a 2-page document with respect to 2016 benefits for Fabio Sementilli and his family. It has a date at the bottom right corner of 4/21/16. May this document be marked as People's Exhibit number 93.
Amen.
Thank you. Showing you Exhibit 93. Again, were these the benefits that Fabio, you reviewed with him with respect to his prior selection, including his medical plan, life insurance, and on the second page it looks like, again, life insurance and whether there's any retirement.
Yes.
And this document again reflects that in 2016 he had signed up to receive 6 times his salary.
That is correct.
Did you provide Fabio with some of the documentation that you sent him information regarding life insurance and accidental death and dismemberment insurance?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have a 3-page, excuse me, I'm wrong, a 4-page document that is titled Life and AD&D. May it be marked, please, as People's 94.
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 94, looking at the front page of this document. Is this a document that you sent to Fabio Sementilli with respect to what he could enroll in for 2017?
It is.
Okay. Showing you the second page, does this appear to be information regarding the life insurance plan?
Yes.
And the third page, again, all the specifics with respect to this life as well as accidental death and dismemberment plan.
Yes.
And the final page, insurance plan claims.
Yes.
And then did you go ahead and assist him with enrolling in his benefits for the year of 2017?
I believe he may have enrolled on his own, was just clarifying questions about the differences in coverage.
Your Honor, I have a 3-page document that is the 2017 enrollment record for Fabio Sementilli. It has an August 2nd, 2017 in the bottom right corner. May it be marked, please, as People's Exhibit 95.
It may.
Showing you Exhibit 95, the first page. Were these the benefits that you managed that Fabio had enrolled in for the plan year of 2017?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you the following page. And along the left, we see terminated. This is a document that was printed post-death, correct?
Yes.
So at that point, there was no more coverage because he had passed away.
That's correct.
Okay. Looking at this second page, if we look at the second portion down after vision where it says basic life insurance, does this indicate, again, what you managed and discussed with Fabio, that he had enrolled for 2 times his annual salary of, which would be doubled, would be $444,000?
Correct.
And on top of that, did he also sign up for supplemental life insurance for an additional $222,000?
Yes.
And on top of that, did he also sign up for not only 2 times his annual salary from the accidental death and dismemberment portion of the policy, but as well for a supplemental accidental death and dismemberment?
Yes.
And in this document, did you also manage the portion where Fabio listed out who his beneficiaries were?
Yes.
And again, as you talked about one of your emails on the last page of Exhibit 95, the LTD.
Yes, he has some questions on that.
Okay. So this was his the benefits that he enrolled in based on your conversations with him and the benefits that you managed for him through the company.
Yes.
So let me ask you. About another set of documents. Your Honor, I have a 7-page email chain. The first page on the bottom left is a number 24. May this 7 pages be marked as People's 96?
Yes.
Starting with the first page, you can see that this came from Fabio's email, correct?
Yes.
To somebody at Palmati-Mo at Hotmail.
Correct.
With an attachment, correct?
Yes.
Showing you the attachment, first page of the attachment. Do these appear to be the same documents that you sent to Fabio regarding the health insurance?
Yes.
Showing you the third page. Does this appear to be the same documents you sent to Fabio regarding choosing benefits and dental?
Yes.
Showing you the next page. Again, does this appear to be some of the documents you sent to Fabio regarding dental and vision?
It is.
And on the following page, again, let's see if it, there we go. More documentation you sent to Fabio regarding vision and other benefits.
Correct.
And this portion at the bottom, does this appear to cover what we just discussed with respect to the life insurance benefits and the AD&D insurance?
Yes.
And the following page, does this appear to be, again, the documentation that you sent to Fabio regarding, as we discussed, the supplemental life insurance, the supplemental accidental death and dismemberment, and the supplemental AT&T benefits you sent him?
Correct.
And the bottom half, does that appear to have that same chart that we looked at previously in the documents you sent to Fabio that discussed the 401k managed by Charles Schwab, where you indicated Fabio at age 49 would fall into the 3.5% provision on top of the company match?
Correct.
And the final page of that email, all of the companies that manage the various portions of the benefits and their contact info.
Yes.
So that actually includes phone numbers, emails for MetLife and Charles Schwab, as well as the medical plan.
Yes.
Your Honor, I have another email chain. This one is 2 pages in length. It has a 26 and 27 in the bottom left corners. May these be marked, please, as People's 97.
Very well.
Again, an email from Fabio to one of his beneficiaries, as we saw on the prior documents, Monica Sementilli, at that same email address, kamadimo@hotmail.com. Does this appear to show his elections or enrollment in the benefits that you assisted him with for the 2017 plan year?
Yes, it does.
Not including, including healthcare, but also at the bottom, the basic life insurance of 2 times salary.
Yes.
Okay. And on the second page, where there's a 27 at the bottom, does this page appear to also cover the basic accidental death and dismemberment, again at 2 times salary, plus the supplemental AD&D at 3 times salary?
Yes.
As well as other types of benefits.
Correct.
Now, after your assistance to Fabio to enroll for the 2017 benefits, did you receive some information on January 24th of 2017 that Fabio Sementilli had died?
Yes.
And did you have conversations on January 24th and days thereafter with the local HR reps at Wella in Woodland Hills, being Henry, Meyer, and Janet Cover?
I did.
Okay. And what were you, as the senior benefits manager in New York, were you personally responsible for processing any and all claims that would be made on the life insurance policy for Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
And were you also, therefore, responsible for collecting all documentation to put together a package if a claim were to be made to MetLife for the life insurance benefits?
Yes, I was.
And was a life insurance claim made by the employee Fabio Sementilli's wife, Monica?
Yes.
And when did you receive the documentation indicating that a claim had been made by the defendant, or excuse me, by Monica Sementilli on her husband's life insurance policy?
I believe it was like late January, shortly after he had passed, to share the information for her to fill out.
I have a document that, a set of documents that starts with a life insurance claim form to MetLife. It is 21 pages in length. May it be marked, please, as People's 98.
So marked.
After receiving the information in late January that the decedent's wife, Monica Sementilli, had made a claim on her husband's life insurance policy, did you put together a package including her claim to send to MetLife for payment?
Yes.
Did that include the claimant's claim form or statement form?
Correct.
Also, did that include a death certificate,
Yes, it did.
an employer's statement?
Yes.
And had you ever, or did you ever speak with Fabio Sementilli's wife, Monica Sementilli?
No.
Okay. That would have been the responsibility then of the local reps?
Correct. Those conversations were funneling through Henry and Janet.
And so did you speak with them frequently regarding the status of the life insurance claim?
Yes.
Did they contact you on a regular basis regarding the status of Monica Sementilli's claim?
Yes. Inquiring about the payout.
Okay. Does the documents that you submitted back to MetLife not only include what I just mentioned to you, including the death certificate, but also a breakdown of what we saw in prior exhibits of the purchases made by Fabio Sementilli regarding life insurance and the percentages that he applied to his 4 beneficiaries?
Yes.
And did you submit the claim to MetLife after putting all the paperwork together on February 13th of 2017?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. Showing you the first page of People's Exhibit 98. Is this the first page of the life insurance claim form that you filled out?
Yes, this is the employer statement.
Okay. And the second page, is that also a portion that you filled out?
Yes.
As the employer statement?
Yes.
As well as the third page?
Yes.
And at the bottom of the third page, did you identify the dates of the various selections Fabio had made regarding life insurance.
Correct.
And does this go back to a date when he first, since it says 2007, became an employee of the company?
That's correct. It's his date of hire.
Okay. And then did you, in the far right column, did you indicate what the amounts would be of those benefits when you add them up?
Yes.
And on the fourth page, is that your signature?
Yes.
Okay. And the next portion of the document, is this the portion of the claim that is filled out by the claimant, in this case, Monica Sementilli?
Correct.
Okay. And this is what was sent to you by Henry and Janet regarding the person who was making the claim on the life insurance policy.
That is correct.
And once a claim such as this is made by one of the claimants or one of the beneficiaries, no other claim has to be made, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever receive a claim from Luigi Sementilli for his father's life insurance?
No.
So the only person that made a claim was, in this case, Monica Sementilli, the defendant.
Correct.
And then on the last page of the claimant form is that the signature of the claimant along with the date she signs.
Yes.
Okay. And following that, what do we see here in this document?
I believe this is the death certificate.
Okay, and you said that was a portion of the package you had to put together?
Correct.
And the following page again, proof of death certificate?
Correct.
From a funeral home?
Yes.
And then the last several pages, those appeared to be similar to what we looked at with respect to the selections Fabio Sementilli made for 2017 in terms of his life insurance and the breakdown where he gave percentages for each of his 4 beneficiaries, correct?
Correct, yes.
And the person, the main beneficiary of this policy was in fact his wife, correct?
Yes.
She got the largest portion in all of the different sections of the policies he bought.
That is correct.
All right. And those ranged from 40 to 45%, depending on which portion of the policy we're talking about,
Yes,
correct?
that's
Whether
right.
we're talking about the AD&D or the basic group life insurance.
Correct.
And then on the following page for the supplemental AD&D, we see that, again, she is the main beneficiary taking 50% of the supplemental AD&D and 40% of the supplemental group life insurance.
Correct.
And the pages after that would be the same documentation that you assisted Fabio in filling out that we saw in Exhibits 96 and 97 that he sent to his wife in May and October of 2016.
Yes.
I'm going to object that call for a conclusion.
Total.
And as we go through again these pages, it sets out all of the selections that Fabio Sementilli made with respect to his enrollment, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And then at the back of this set of documentation appears to be the insurance claim form. Again, would this be your email address and phone at the time?
Yes.
Okay. And then once you put all of this documentation together, what do you do with it?
It's submitted to MetLife to process.
Okay. And once it's submitted to MetLife, is it no longer within your realm of responsibility?
Correct.
Okay. Bless you. of your experience handling these type of benefits, including life insurance, over the years that you've done this at various companies, does the life insurance company require, in a case where somebody is murdered, that law enforcement also has to weigh in on before payments made?
Yes, that's a common.
Sustained.
Are you familiar, based on your experience with life insurance, that in certain cases law enforcement also has to provide information to the insurance company?
Yes.
Did you receive information that, with respect to this particular case, that law enforcement was going to have to weigh in?
Yes, that there would be needed information, more information from them.
And is that referred to sometimes as I think it's called like a Slayer statute?
Similar, I believe. Yeah, that they would need something from a law enforcement official because the death was not natural.
Okay. And in those cases, and as in this case, law enforcement has to clear all the beneficiaries?
That's correct.
At some point in time, do you receive, and did you receive, as the senior benefits manager, documentation from MetLife regarding payments that had been made?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have another document. It is titled MetLife. It says Notice of Claim Payment at the top. May it be marked as People's 99.
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 99. Is this a document that you received that was sent to you through Cody from MetLife to your attention?
Yes.
And is this document dated July 10th of 2017?
Yes, it is.
And does it indicate that 2 checks were paid out from MetLife?
Yes.
One being to Luigi Sementilli and another being to both Jessica and Isabella Sementilli, as is mentioned in the document itself.
That is correct.
Okay. And does this document indicate that payment by MetLife was only made to 3 of the 4 beneficiaries on Fabio Sementilli's policy?
Yes, it does.
And does it also appear to be, in terms of the amounts paid, consistent with the percentages that Fabio Sementilli delegated for his beneficiaries with respect to his life insurance as well as his accidental death and dismemberment policy?
Yes, approximately.
And so here we see that MetLife paid out a total claim of approximately $914,000.
Yeah. Yes.
Your Honor, I object. That misstates the evidence.
It's overruled.
Out of speculation.
I understand that. It's overruled. I need to give the jury a break. Are you almost done in your direct or no?
I am almost done. I only have about 5 minutes, but if you want to take the break, we can always finish after.
5 minutes is fine.
All right. Was any police report ever filed with you by the LAPD to send to MetLife?
No.
Based on the purchases that Fabio Sementilli made in 2016 for the plan year of 2017, did he, in terms of the supplemental AD&D policy, did Fabio basically max out all of the coverage possible?
He did.
And in terms of the optional life insurance, the supplemental policy that he purchased, that would have been, again, an additional buy-up provision,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
In this case, did you determine, based on the percentages allotted, the amount that would be owed by the life insurance company, MetLife, to the spouse, in this case, Monica Sementilli?
Yes.
And what was that amount?
$777,000.
Okay. And was there also, in addition to that, a salary that was being paid for a 6-month period, checks 2 times a month to Monica Sementilli?
Yes.
And so if that was half of his salary, that would be somewhere around gross, maybe $120,000?
Approximately, yes.
So if we were to add all of that together, we would be talking somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe a little more than $877,000.
Yes.
And would that include any other policies, or let's say if there was an international stock option plan or something of that nature?
No, that would be separate.
Okay. So that would be on top of the $877,000.
Correct.
Would that include, let's say, the value of his airline mileage?
No.
Would that include any vehicle or vehicle loan?
No.
Would that include a family residence?
No.
Would that include any bank accounts or stock options through the company?
No.
And in addition to the salary that you were responsible for paying out for the 6 months after Fabio's death, was Cody, through you, also paying for health insurance for his spouse Monica as well as his daughters for the 6 months following his death?
Yes, we were.
I have nothing further.
Let's take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The admonition applies. See you back here in 15 minutes.
All right, so they're going to take their morning break. And while they do that, we are going to go over day 7. So we heard from Sally Schon, or Shoney. I can't remember how she pronounced her name. Let me just make sure my mic is working. Okay, seems okay. So she was paired with, she was sales at P&G. And I'll just turn this up. Okay, audio should be good. So she was paired with Fabio after Wella was purchased. Fabio would be her successor. She lived in Geneva in Switzerland, so at 6:30 a.m. she got a call from her supervisor, and she said at first she was upset, but then the woman's like, Fabio's dead, Fabio's dead. So she organized the press release and other events. So she was freaked out after, so she went to, after the Toronto event, which we heard about, she said she was freaked out. She went back to LA, back to the house, and she was freaked out about being in the house. She said the wind caught a door and slammed it, and the people that were there were on edge, and they jumped up, but the family was fine. They're like, oh yeah, no, don't worry about it. That's just what that door does. She said she tried not to look at the chair where Fabio was murdered. She went to dinner with Monica and Jessica, and it was weird because she asked if they felt safe, and they said they received some money and they had new linens. But she was under the impression it was a burglary gone wrong. It's like, why were you guys okay staying in the house? They talked about money and that it's Co-T. I thought it was Co-D, but it's C-O-T-I, I think, or is it, no, C-O-T-Y. Cody was no longer going to pay Fabio's salary, so Monica, of course, was concerned about that. And Sally was like, how can we help? You know, they talked about the salary stopping, and she set up a glide path to secure 6 months salary, right? So Fabio's salary obviously is going to stop, but then they set up this glide path. She's like, you know, we take care of our employees. You know, I thought, man, this is a really nice company to work for. So then, let's see. Monica was upset with law enforcement. She was constantly calling, and she kept saying insurance wasn't available. And then the other thing was that Isabel was going home. So they're out for dinner, and Isabel, it was dark out. I think she said it was about 7:30, and Isabel was going to go home to this house in the dark, and Sally was like really concerned, like, what's going on? What's going on? You know, and Monica, there was no urgency to leave. But Monica was the most concerned. Then, Monica didn't seem concerned that a 16-year-old was going home to a dark home. Then Tracy Rakovich is up now, and she is the senior benefits manager at Coty. And she had oversight over the benefits, but Henry Meyer, he was based in L.A., so Henry was getting all the phone calls from Monica, not the woman that's on the stand. I'm sure we'll hear from Henry. He'll probably come on. But his base salary was $222,000. Sorry. Yeah, his base salary was $220,000. So we were wondering what his salary was. So it was $220,000. Right? We thought 150, 200, so we weren't too far off. So then insurance would be 6 times his salary. So it would be $444,000 was his base, then $222,000 was supplemental, and then he had accidental death and dismemberment, which was another $440,000. So there's your 1.3 or whatever, $1 million. Tracy was responsible for processing and put together the claim for MetLife. She never spoke to Monica directly, that Henry and Janet did. Not sure who this Janet person is, but Henry we heard a lot about. Luigi never made a claim. It was Monica who was the only one that made a claim. And let's see, 40 to 50% went to Monica. Then we saw the supplemental AD&D, 50% went to Monica, which is accidental death and dismemberment. I guess that didn't fall under, because he traveled a lot. So he was thinking, you know, if I accidentally die, I want my family to be taken care of, right? So all in told, let's see, it was $777,000 in insurance was going to go to Monica, and then 6 months of his salary, which was $120,000. So it came to $897,000 in total that was going to Monica. So of course she's like on the phone saying, "Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?" You know, I can imagine that's where she was. You know, constantly asking where is the money? Where is the money? All right, show me the money. So she was, Dreama Landry. She was only concerned about the money for sure. Pammy says Monica isn't concerned for anyone else. I agree. Oh, Trial Junkies United, are you with us? Are you okay? What's going on with you? Hey, Mona, I never realized how much money was in hair products. Yeah, right? It's a ton. Trial Junkies United, what's, you're not doing well? Or are you doing well? Am I reading something wrong here? All right, so let's get back. I think, let's see. Yeah, they're still on break. So we caught up. We started about 5 minutes late because we were covering Megan Boswell. Yeah, there's a lot of money, apparently. Oh, you got a migraine? Okay, I'm sorry. Objection! Trial Junkies United has a migraine. Get out of you. Get that migraine out. Pammy says, strange answer to which one? Which one are you referring to, Pammy? Oh, migraine since 4. Ooh, that stinks. Sorry. Yeah, go rest. Shirley Roth, she was living like his salary was millions. Oh, the linens, yeah. Yeah, that was, okay, yeah, I got you now. Yeah, objection to all migraines, yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Feel better. I know, it stinks. Sorry. Ken Rosenberg sustains that objection. Widespread panic. I was a little stunned that Fabio was only making $220,000 a year, but I did a cost of living comparison, and he was still earning about 45% more than my husband does, so they very comfortable. Yeah, I could live very comfortably on half of that. OnlyFans says she could have gone on with just spending his money and having affairs. Offing him was senseless. That's true. That is true. All right, I think they might be coming back here. Let's see. I'll just put them up. Saw some movement on the seal. I think I heard the judge say they're going to be done at 3 today, which will be, what, 6 o'clock our time? So we've got to shoot the shit with Squeegee tonight with True Crime Addict. Ken Rosenberg, I didn't realize it was such a big industry. Yeah. OnlyFan, he makes $1 million in 5 years technically. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder how much they had in their bank account. I mean, if they really saved for 5 to 10 years, they'd be millionaires for sure. Missy Russell, living in Cali is expensive, but that amount wouldn't help you out much in the long run. Widespread panic, especially with him traveling so much and her having sleepovers with her kids in the house. Shirley Roth, well, criminals are obviously not very bright. And Pammy agrees with you. Shirley. It looks like we might be dropping some frames, guys, so it's going to be one of those, possibly one of those moments where we are dropping frames, so if it starts to glitch, stutter, all that good stuff, and don't call me Shirley. I know. I keep thinking that. I keep trying to bring that in, but therapist, you know, beat me to it. So we are dropping frames. Our internet is glitching, so just bear with us, please. We know that it's glitching. We know that we're having problems. Please be aware. Be with us, okay? We know. Trust me, we know. Thank you, Pammy. Appreciate that. You're one of the few that actually gets it, Pammy. So I appreciate you. Hey Mona says, Monica, as a non-worker in Canadian universal healthcare, was financially clueless. Gotcha. Capri Law, one of your favorite quotes. What is, oh, don't call me Shirley. Yes. Thank you, Christine. In for the long haul. Thank you, Christine. Appreciate it. We're still here. Yep, I think we just totally dropped, so. You guys probably just got booted. Yep, I'm sure you all got booted, so. sure you all got booted, so just hang in there. You won't be able to rewind now because it just resets to like 20 seconds ago. So we know we're having issues. So just hang in there. Okay, cool. Very good. Thank you guys. Glad you're all sticking with us. Appreciate it. You're here with one eye open. Enter, and let's see. Exit light, enter night. Sleep with one eye open. All right, thank you guys. Nanar, Ken Rosenberg, Pammy, Dream Landry, everybody's still here. Fala, Hellcat, Missy Russell, yay. Yes, you can go back to our stream. Once this all processes, you'll be able to go back and watch. But I know a lot of people come in and they're like, we can't rewind, we can't watch. Yeah, it's not until this is over with. So it'll be, you have to wait. So, yep, got booted, but back. Valeria, thank you. You're back, got kicked out. Can't tell you how frustrating this is, guys. I mean, it's just like, you know, just you can't even, we're only as good as our internet. So when our internet is not acting properly, it's very, very frustrating. So just bear with us. Appreciate you. Just waiting for court to come back. Oh, awesome. Wait a minute. I don't want to do that. Yep. Therapist. Can't imagine how frustrating it is. My window would have a computer-shaped hole through it. Kudos to me. Yeah, trust me, guys. It is. We won't let Comcast drive us out. Power to the squeegee. Power to Trial TV Live. I'm glad you guys are okay. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. Dream of Landry, we're stuck with you. Thank you. Appreciate that. It does help. It does help. It's worse because, you know, you have like 90 people watching and then it goes down to 20 or 30 and then it's just frustrating. You know, it's frustrating. We try to provide a good, you know, solid product and we can't. Fala says, in case you missed my message, you should know by now we aren't going anywhere.
Until the defendant is present, all counsel present, jury, and all are present. Ms. Rakovich, you are still under oath, and the defense may inquire.
I'll see you guys on the other side.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Rakovich.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Are you one of the witnesses who had the flight?
That's fine. Thank you.
It always happens when I get up here. Are you the one of the ones who had to fly in?
Yes, from New
Okay.
Jersey.
All right. Safe flight back.
Thank you.
So basically you were the maven, the one really in charge of all the benefits for the company. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the company was Wella eventually?
It was Cody.
Cody.
We purchased Wella.
Okay. And P&G was a parent company at one
Yes,
time?
Wella was owned by P&G.
Okay. So you're no longer employed by Cody?
Correct.
At the time then, did you work with anyone else in terms of providing benefits, negotiating benefits, anything of that nature?
So I had at the time 2 direct reports who supported me, and in terms of like negotiating prices, we had brokers and consultants that helped with that.
And did any of them work on the matters involving, or this case involving Fabio Sementilli?
No.
So for all the information that we want or are trying to gain concerning his benefits, you're the one?
Yes.
Okay. You moved out here about the same time that he transferred here as well?
No, I'm based in New Jersey. I worked in the New York office.
Okay. But he came out to California for a purpose you knew?
I didn't.
I'm sorry? I'll allow it.
He transferred from Canada here to Southern California. Is that correct?
So he came from P&G and I was Cody, so I didn't necessarily know all of that employment history because he was Heritage P&G and I was not.
Okay, so when did you first come in contact with Fabio Sementilli?
At the benefits education seminar we held in Woodland Hills.
Okay. And this benefits education seminar, was that just for Fabio Sementilli, or was it for other employees?
It was for the entire location.
Okay. Here in Southern California?
Correct.
About how many individuals are we talking about?
Maybe 50 to 100 approximately, if memory serves.
And the purpose of this was to educate them about the benefits that were available from Cody?
Yes, the benefits were changing from P&G to Cody to, from Wella to Cody, to show the benefits we were offering.
And either they would be accepted or the individuals had a right, I assume, not to continue to work for Cody.
Right. Well, you could enroll or not enroll if you didn't like the coverage.
So this was a standard procedure?
Yes.
Okay. After the seminar, was there a certain period of time that the employees had to make their decision as to what benefits they wanted to enroll in and what they didn't?
There's usually a formal open enrollment period for about 2 weeks, and I believe it usually runs in the October-November timeframe.
Okay, this is 2016?
This is 2016.
Okay. And are you aware of how long it was before Fabio Sementilli made his decisions concerning his selections?
I do not.
Okay. Where would those, how would he make those decisions? Would it be something he would fill out or orally tell someone, or what?
It was online.
Okay. And for what period did, and I'll stick to Mr. Sementilli, what period did he have, how much time to make those decisions?
It's usually 2 weeks.
Okay. And if you don't make them within 2 weeks, I assume you find out what's going on.
Yeah, it's either you default to certain coverage or you have no coverage if you don't take any action.
So you have to take action in 2 weeks to not risk losing the coverage that is being offered.
Correct.
And this coverage was different than the coverage that had been given prior to this time.
Yes.
And without getting too subjective, I assume, can you tell us, was it better coverage?
It depended. There were some wins and there were some losses. So some benefits were richer and some were not as rich as what they had.
Would you be able to tell us basically which ones those involved?
No, I don't.
Did it have to do with health coverage, dental coverage, that thing, or was it more IRA? He had an IRA, is that correct?
So we didn't offer IRAs, but the HR, the benefits team, looked at everything holistically. So it would have been, was medical better under P&G, was dental better under P&G, but I don't remember the specifics of which benefits were better or worse.
Were all the benefits different than had been in effect prior to this time?
I believe so. Some may have been the same. I believe so.
All right. Now, some of the benefits that were being offered could be increased based on whether he wanted it to be 1 time or 2 time or 3 times his salary, things of that nature.
That is correct.
And for what benefits did that apply?
There were buy-up or supplemental options on life insurance and accidental death and dismemberment, which is AD&D.
Okay. And in the terms of speaking specifically of Mr. Sementilli, he decided to increase his coverage, am I correct, when it came to the basic life insurance as well as the accidental and dismemberment?
Correct.
And if I'm not mistaken, you were shown documents that indicated that under basic life he wanted 2 times his annual salary.
Yes.
And that came to $444,000.
That is correct.
He could have gone up to 3 times his annual salary.
I believe that there was an option for 3 times.
All right. He chose the 2 times.
Yes,
Okay. And that's a buy-in, is that right?
that's correct. He was paying for that coverage.
Okay. Just like you would pay for life insurance yourself.
Right, out of his paycheck, he was paying the premium on
Okay.
it.
And then there was supplemental life. Was there any increase in that?
He, I believe, enrolled at 2 times supplemental life.
Okay. And again had to buy in
Yes,
and could have done 3 times.
I believe so. I'd have to look at the maximums.
And in terms of the AD&D, the accidental death and dismemberment,
2 times.
and could have done 3
I
times.
believe so.
Now, on the form I'm looking at, and I'm not going to show you the same forms over again unless it's necessary or you need something to refresh your memory. It says on the left side, terminated. What does that mean?
Does it say terminated and there's a date?
Your Honor, I'm going to object and ask what document counsel is referring to.
You're going to actually identify the document, counsel, please.
I'm referring to the document which documents the insurance that was being offered and.
Well, there's been items that have been marked. Is this 99 you're referring to, or is it something else that's...
They all have an exhibit number at the bottom.
I will find it.
Thank you.
With the help of my co-counsel. Let me see if I can do this without messing it up. You see what has been marked as Exhibit 95?
Yes.
Okay. On the left side, it talks about terminated.
Yes.
Can you tell us what that means?
It's the status of his coverage was terminated. If it was active, it would have said active. So he no longer had benefits at this point.
And this is what he was signing up for, is the new benefits. Is that right?
Yeah, so on the right, the effective date of the coverage is January 1st, 2017, and the expiration date is July 31st, which is why the status is terminated. His benefits terminated effective July 31st.
And what does the July 31st, 2017 date mean?
So that was the date Cody had made a provision to continue benefits for a 6-month period to Monica and the family. So that's 6 months is from January, terminating the end of the 6-month period, July 31st.
Was that after his death?
Yes.
Okay. So normally the period of the new benefits would last how long?
So for an employee that passed away not in this manner or somebody who terminated, I believe they terminated at the end of the month in which the event happened.
Let me start first with when Fabio and the other employees chose their new benefits, if they wished. For what period would those benefits be in effect before they'd have to reapply or change or have an option to change it in any way?
So they'd be in effect for the entire year.
Okay. So in this case, normally, upon the death of an employee, all of the benefits, including salary and so forth, health care, everything that we've talked about here, would terminate after a month.
Yes.
Is that correct? And that was of some concern you learned from Mrs. Sementilli.
I'm going to check calls for hearsay and speculation. Also, assumes facts not helpful.
So, no, excuse me, counsel. I'm going to overrule it. If you know, you may answer.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
You became aware that was a concern of Mrs. Sementilli, that these benefits were going to run out after 1 month.
From what I recall, there was concern of caring for the family because of what had happened for an extended period of time or some period of time. So my understanding is HR proposed keeping them active for 6 months as opposed to ending them at the end of the month, which is what would have happened.
And how did you learn that?
I believe it was Henry, local HR, and my manager at the time was involved in those discussions. And I had to implement it on the benefit side to make sure nothing terminated.
Those decisions were not up to you?
No.
Okay. And you were aware that Mr. Meyer and others from the company had actually been at the home of Fabio Sementilli shortly after his death?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you became aware of this concern with health care and so forth, you ended up being informed by Mr. Meyer, I assume, correct me if I'm wrong, or by someone else about the change in policy?
I'm not sure.
You said you advocated for a change in the normal policy where the benefits would run out after 1 month.
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
That Miss
Miss
Stacey
Stacey Evans.
That Miss Stacey Evans. It was not this witness, Mr. Levine.
All right. In any event, at some point you learned that the policy of Cody was going to be changed.
Correct.
Okay. And how did you learn that?
My manager had, I believe, been in a meeting with Henry and others and said this was the direction we were going in to extend the benefits and pay.
Were you part of that decision?
No.
Okay. But this clearly was a new policy of Cody that had not been in effect before.
That is correct.
If it had not been in effect, then all of the dental care, medical coverage, salary, and so forth would have stopped after 1 month.
Right. At the end of the month. So if it happened in January, it would have been January 31st.
All right. So if the murder took place on the 23rd, it would have run out in about 8 days.
Correct.
Okay. How was Mrs. Sementilli informed of that, if you know?
Again, speculation and hearsay.
I asked if she knew. Thank you, Your Honor. So, were there any other changes that were made in terms of the policy payouts?
None that I'm aware of.
Okay. Now, there was a procedure that was to be followed to make claims for insurance, correct?
Yes.
All right. And this procedure had to be done, a lot of the things had to be done by the one claiming the insurance. Is that right?
Right. It was a shared responsibility between the employer and the claimant.
And how did Cody, if you know, provide the claimant with the information on how to make a claim?
I believe the information was emailed to Henry to share with Monica to fill out her portion.
And one of the other persons on the list of beneficiaries was Luigi Sementilli
Yes.
as well. Did you know who he was?
Not until Fabio passed.
Okay. So Luigi Sementilli was one of the beneficiaries. Is that correct?
Yes.
And along with Monica, her 2 children were beneficiaries as well. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you know that they were minors at the time?
I don't believe I knew their ages. Perhaps after he passed, I knew he had 2 young children.
And how much time did a claimant have to fill out a claim form and submit it to be timely and to be considered by MetLife?
I'm not sure the deadline to return the information.
You weren't involved in supplying that information to the claimant?
That's correct.
You just know what the amounts were?
Right. And to get the information back.
Okay. Now, in terms of these choices and so forth that were made by Fabio Sementilli, these choices were available for all employees at
Yes,
Cody. Is that correct?
that is correct.
And that was the purpose of the group seminar. Is that right?
That's right.
The only thing that was different was the change in the salary and so forth,
Yeah, and
and medical coverage and.
right, what was different, but it was the same benefits offered to all employees. No changes or no differences.
Do you know which parties made claims on the policy for Fabio Sementilli?
The only claimant statement I processed was Monica's.
Do you know which ones were paid?
I believe Luigi, Jessica, and Isabella received payouts.
And would you know the dates of those payouts?
Not without seeing the confirm.
Are you aware that Luigi's payout was the first one paid out?
Objection to since facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
Do you know when the children's payout occurred?
I do not.
At the time, were you aware at some point that Monica Sementilli was arrested in this case?
Yes.
And did that affect your role in benefits and in monitoring the benefit payouts?
Other than just knowing that would add the police report to what's required for the application, but otherwise the claim was just in process.
Now, the police report, were you aware at the time of Fabio's death that because it was a murder, that there had to be some police report filed with MetLife before the insurance, for instance, for Monica Sementilli was paid?
Generally, that's the standard practice when something like this happens. The insurance company needs information from law enforcement.
And had you dealt with that before in your role as benefits manager, or was this the first time you had come across that?
This is the first time I've
and how were you
been involved.
Your Honor, if the witness could finish her answers before counsel interrupts her.
Very good.
Thank you. How were you aware of that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the part before?
How were you aware of the requirements in a case such as this of a police report?
I believe MetLife may have indicated, because we were getting questions on the status of the payment, so inquiring on why it was delayed, it was relayed that we needed more information.
Okay, and did you know what information was, more information that was needed?
I think it was just the police report or police, some sort of documentation by law enforcement.
Did you have any role in seeking that report or in speeding up the process?
No.
So, was that communicated, do you know, to Monica Sementilli?
It was probably communicated to Henry, who was local HR at the time. Whether or not it went to Monica, I'm not sure.
And at some point, you became aware that there was some concern on the part of Mrs. Sementilli as to the life insurance not being paid out because there was no police report.
Yeah, I know she was looking for the life insurance proceeds.
Okay. Just the same proceeds that the children and Luigi were getting?
Correct.
Okay. And got?
Yes, and received.
Did you take any steps to try to determine what the delay was?
No.
Why not?
It's really not in my roles and responsibilities. My job is just to fill out the claim, complete the claim, and then inquire as to the status of the delay. But I wouldn't normally get involved in something like that to push it along.
Did you have any communications with MetLife as to what they were waiting for?
I believe it was just the status that they needed something from law enforcement, but nothing more specific than that. That was what was holding up the claim.
Did you make any further inquiries of MetLife as time went on?
No, they were the administrator of the policy, so.
And as far as you know, that claim was never made?
As
that
far as I know,
payment was never
correct.
Made? Okay. When Fabio Sementilli moved here to Los Angeles, you said you became acquainted with him and with the family and the.
Objection. Again, Your Honor, misstates the evidence, wrong written.
Counsel, let him ask the question.
Did you become familiar at all with Mr. Sementilli?
No.
Before his death?
No.
Okay, then I apologize. At some point, do you know if a list of the benefits that Fabio Sementilli had sought was provided to Monica Sementilli after his death?
I believe there was a list, again, local HR put together to provide to Monica to show all of the coverages. I had awareness of that, yes.
And that would include the coverages that you talked about here?
Yes, I believe so.
And do you know when she was first notified about the changes in the policies of the company that would allow her to collect Fabio's salary for 6 months following his death?
I do not.
Did you have to perform any tasks to put that into effect?
I believe it was just updating the policy. So when we did it, it was the policy going forward. So I was responsible for updating the policy and then just making sure the coverage did not terminate prior to the 6 months.
You spoke frequently with human resources people concerning the life insurance processing. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you said Henry Meyer was one of those individuals?
that's correct.
Was Janet Cover, C-O-V-E-R, another one?
Yes,
Okay. And again, this was to see what the delay had been or was
Right.
in the payment of the insurance policy for Monica Sementilli. Is
that's
that
correct.
Did you actually receive a document indicating a claim had been made by her on February 13th, 2017?
It's overruled.
I believe that's the claimant statement for the life insurance application, the life insurance payout. Yes.
And again, that was the normal process in order to obtain the proceeds that he had paid for.
Yes, that's correct.
Were you aware of what was necessary to include in that claim?
Yes.
And what was that?
The employer statement, the claimant statement, and typically a death certificate.
And when you say the employer statement, what would that be?
So that would be who's the deceased, what coverages did they have, date of hire, where did they reside, things like that.
Wouldn't MetLife already know that?
Probably not, because there's no information relaying to them directly other than through the employer affirming that information.
So when Fabio chose, for instance, the 2-time salary as opposed to the 3 times and other choices, with Wella, was that communicated at all to MetLife?
The only time MetLife would be notified is if there was a claim about to be processed.
So in advance, I assume that your company had permission to offer whatever amounts that MetLife would be willing to cover. Is that correct?
Well, the contract or the amounts he enrolled in were the allowed amounts that the company agreed upon to be offered to all employees.
Okay. So the total amount of life insurance in this case that was due as a result of the death of Fabio Sementilli was approximately $1,691,000, correct?
Yes.
And of that amount, half of that went to his children. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe based on the beneficiary designations.
Actually, only 45% was for his spouse. Is
Yes,
that right?
That is correct.
And 55% was for the children.
Yes.
Do you know how much, what Fabio Sementilli's salary was at the time of his death?
I believe it was between $200,000 and $222,000.
Do you know how much was paid out to Monica Sementilli pursuant to the new policy of the company?
Nothing.
What about his salary
Oh,
for
I'm
6
sorry.
months?
About half of that. So
Okay.
about 100,000.
And was that paid out monthly like it would be with a normal salary if he had been alive?
It was paid bi-monthly because that was our pay frequency. I'm sorry, semi-monthly to get paid twice a month, yes.
And for how long, if you know, was that salary in effect?
6 months.
And had he lived, was that a salary that was a yearly salary, which would then be readjusted or negotiated? How long was the contract, if you know?
His salary would have lasted through that year, and there would have been a process next year to do increases on an annual basis.
And is it safe to say, based on his background and information you had, that salary was increasing every year?
I think that's safe to assume, yes.
He was a valued employee.
Yes.
And as far as you know, one of the best employees of the company had.
He had a very good reputation.
And his future was bright as far as you felt.
Yes.
Which means that each year he would have received a larger and larger salary in all
I'm going to
all
object, Your Honor,
likelihood.
that calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Each year would there have been a new negotiating period for all the benefits and salary of the employees, such as Mr. Sementilli?
So I can only address the benefits piece, and that's yes. We looked at the benefits each year. As far as like the compensation or the salary process, that's probably a question for Henry or Janet. They handled that locally.
Very well. But at the end of the year, would there be another seminar-type situation where the parties would be told what the new benefits package would be?
Yes, that was typical.
And then that could be changed, increased, whatever the employee
Yes,
wanted.
that's correct.
And he could have chosen to increase his insurance to 3 times the
Yeah,
salary. for
correct.
instance. At any time did you meet with Monica Sementilli concerning any of the benefits, life insurance or any other benefits that were due Fabio following his death?
I did not.
At any time prior to his death, did you meet with Monica Sementilli before he made final decisions as to the life insurance, the beneficiaries, and so forth?
No.
Is it fair to say that he did not have to leave 55% of his life insurance to his children?
Those were his elections that he made.
Okay. Was there a minimum, and if this is not your area of expertise, please let us know. I know
Sure.
there's community property and all sorts of issues. Was there a minimum percent that he had to leave, have dedicated to his wife?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when he sent back the form, the amounts, percentages he had, as far as you know, were proper if he wanted to have those percentages.
Yes, it would have reflected his choices.
And had his choices been leaving more percentage to his wife, that would have been fine as well.
Yes.
You, at that time, operating on behalf of the company, didn't have any rules or policies as to the limit that he could leave of his policy or the percentage that had to be given to his wife or his children.
No, that was the employee's discretion.
Did you know what his benefit package was prior to the move and the company taking over and so forth?
I didn't.
Your job is just to move on with the new company.
Right, to transition them to the new benefits.
If I ask you this, please forgive me. I'm sure I'll be advised. But do you know what amounts were eventually paid out?
Not without looking at the confirmation statement. Roughly, it was the 2 times his salary for the benefits.
And were you aware that the children did not receive their life insurance until after her arrest?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
Your Honor, if I could put on the screen Exhibit 99. Of course. That's 98 here. If I could have 1 minute, Your Honor.
No. Just hand it to me. Fine, please.
I've lost another exhibit. This is Exhibit 99. You see that in front of you?
Yes.
And does this refresh your memory as to the payments and when they occurred?
Yes. This is confirmation of the payments made.
And what about when they occurred?
I don't see a date. Unless it's at the bottom, I don't see a date.
Okay. So it does show the amounts paid to Luigi of $259,000. You see that?
Yes.
Jessica of $327,151, and Isabella the same.
Correct. Yes.
But as far as when the payment was made to Luigi and when it was made to Jessica and Isabella, without seeing another document, you would not be able to.
Right. I'm not aware of when.
Ron, may I approach the witness?
Again, you can vote without permission.
Refresh your memory.
Your Honor, I'm going to object unless she knew to refreshing recollection of something she might not have ever known.
Well, I don't know what counsel's showing. Maybe you can approach and tell me.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but are there not documents that you've reviewed that would tell you the dates that the claims were paid?
It's possible it was on the payment confirmation sheet. There may have been at the top the date the checks were issued.
Okay, and I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you what is on the screen. Don't say anything about it. Just tell me if you've ever seen that document before.
I don't believe I've seen this one. It doesn't look familiar.
That would not refresh your memory as to when the payments were made?
I don't believe I've seen this before, just based on some of the information. This is new. I'm seeing it for the first time.
On the machine, Guillermo, Exhibit 99. You see that?
Yes.
On the left side or in the middle, it's got the three names of Luigi, Jessica, and Isabella.
Correct.
It's got the amounts. Would that indicate the amounts that were paid?
Yes.
And it's got a date at the top right. You see that?
Yes.
And it says 7/10/2017.
Yes.
And it says, what does that date indicate?
I would assume that potentially that's the date whereabouts the checks were issued.
Now, were you aware that Monica Sementilli was arrested and charged in this case in June of 2017?
Yes.
The dates that checks were issued according to Exhibit 99 is in July.
Yes.
Do you know whether or not those checks were issued to the individuals personally on that list? We'll start with Luigi Sementilli. Do you know if his check was mailed to him or supplied to him?
I believe it.
Check again, Your Honor. It calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Do you know?
I don't know. I can't speak affirmatively.
And do you know whether or not there was a trustee involving the checks to the children because of the fact that this was a criminal case that was filed?
I did not have no knowledge.
So you have no knowledge as to when the children themselves may have received any of those funds?
Just based on the date approximately, that was all I know.
And when it says paid, that means a check was issued to somebody for those amounts, correct?
I would assume, yes.
Whether or not there was any intermediaries, you wouldn't know.
That's correct.
How did you find out that Fabio Sementilli had been murdered?
I believe when it happened, the local HR office, I believe it was Henry or Janet, reached out to let us know, and they had asked for critical support for the employees who were very distraught and upset.
What was your reaction?
Awful, tragic.
You had always had good relationships with him?
I really never met him outside of just that the email exchange and at the group benefit sessions.
You knew his reputation,
I
though,
did.
and I assume it was excellent that
Yes.
you referred.
Yeah.
What is RSU?
Restricted stock units.
Okay. Can you tell us what those are?
So that's on benefits. That's more of a compensation question. That's Henry and Janet.
Okay, so that wasn't part
No.
of the benefits that you were in charge with.
That's correct.
What about stock options? Do you know what a stock option is?
Same answer. That was it's compensation related, so it was local HR. I was just doing the income replacement medical benefits. Local HR was handling more of the compensation continuity, including stocks.
So again, just briefly, which benefits then would you be in charge of?
Health, medical, dental, and then retirement.
And the retirement benefits, those were paid in this case, I assume?
So the only retirement I had purview to was his 401k. I don't know the status of his account.
So you don't know if that was liquidated or not?
I don't.
Is that something that could remain in effect even after the death of the individual?
Typically, if the balance is above a certain threshold, it can remain with the record keeper, with the administrator.
And you don't know what occurred in this case?
I don't.
It could still be in his name?
It's possible.
Did you have any, Was there any negotiating that went on between you and Fabio Sementilli regarding any of the new benefits that were being offered by the company?
No.
So he just had to fill out the form and return it to you.
Employees went online to make their selections, right? So he would have gone online and submitted his selections for the 2017 year.
And they would go to you?
I would see them in the system if I needed to confirm anything.
Was there a procedure whereby an employee, either he or anyone else, could have contacted you and tried to negotiate a different amount or a different benefit?
No.
So this was a take it or leave it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Except for the amounts that he wanted to contribute or pay for a different policy or a better policy or so forth.
That's correct.
And that's when we got into the 2 times versus 3 times?
Yes.
What about in the healthcare field? Was there just one healthcare provider or policy that was being offered?
I believe we had 2 medical plans that employees could choose from.
And he chose one of the 2, is that correct? Do you know if it was the better one or not?
They were all equally of equal value.
Okay. It was just personal.
Exactly, personal preference or choice.
And different companies.
It may have been the same carrier. I'm not sure. It's been a while.
Okay. One had the gold plan, one had the silver plan.
Right.
And this included medical and dental.
That's correct.
And for the wife and the children.
Yes.
And was there a limit to how long the policy would be in effect for the children based on their age?
Age 26. Dependents age out.
Did you know for a fact that the salary of Fabio's salary was paid out over a period of the 6 months, or do you know if it was stopped?
I don't know if it was stopped. I know it at least commenced at the time we made the decision on the policy.
Okay. And you don't know, you were aware at some point of the arrest of Monica Sementilli, is that right?
I'll allow it.
Yes.
Did you take any steps at that point regarding the salary to be continued or not to be continued?
No, the only part I had in that was my manager informed me we were changing the policy, so to update the policy and just to make sure that none of the benefits terminated earlier than the 6 months that we agreed upon.
You were changing the health policies?
Yes, so I don't know, but the policy may still exist that if something like this happens again, we would treat an employee the same way.
But health and dental and so forth remain in effect for 6 months?
That's correct.
For the children and for her?
Yeah, everybody he had covered under the plan.
Were you ever, following the, well, let me ask you this. At any time during the pendency of this case, were you ever interviewed by the police or the detectives who were in charge of the investigation?
I believe initially I spoke to a detective Tellis around the time Monica was arrested.
Okay. And was that just one interview?
Yes.
And without going into the details, did you basically relay the information that you've relayed to us?
Yes.
Anything different?
Not that I recollect.
You had not met Monica personally?
That's correct, no.
Anything you knew about her reactions following the death of her husband would have been based on what someone had told you?
Correct.
What about with the district attorney's office? Did you ever meet with any of the district attorneys in this case concerning Fabio and Monica?
Yes.
And who did you meet with?
Beth.
Okay. And about how many times?
Maybe 4 to 5.
And phone conversations?
Yes.
All right. I assume that many of those or some of those had to do with scheduling.
What kind of scheduling?
When you would be available to
Yes.
testify and so forth.
Yes, correct.
Apart from that, were you ever interviewed whether or not you had ever met or seen Fabio?
Other than here, no.
So nothing of any detail that you haven't relayed to us today.
That's correct.
How closely did you work with Mr. Meyer, specifically regarding this case involving Monica, obviously Fabio Sementilli?
We worked fairly close together, mainly around the status of the life insurance and what was holding it up. And I think those were the main questions where we were interacting.
And did he contact you inquiring about what was holding it up, or did you contact him, or how did that work?
It may have been both. He was reaching out on behalf of Monica to see the status, and if I knew the status or an update I could give him, I would have reached out to him.
At any time did you find out what the status was?
Just that it was not being paid,
Okay.
absent the law enforcement information.
So you learned that it was law enforcement that was holding it up. Is that right?
Yes.
Was that communicated to you by law enforcement or by MetLife or by both?
I believe MetLife.
At that point, I assume you indicated this was beyond your control.
Yes.
And did you inform Monica of that?
I did not speak to her directly, but it may have been informed through Henry or Janet.
So I take it you took no steps to speed up the process. You just found out what the reason was.
That's correct.
And who was that relayed to?
The status of the life insurance
Yes.
would probably have been relayed to most likely Henry or Janet.
Okay. They were the ones who were having direct communications with
Correct. Yes.
Can I have 1 minute, John?
All right.
The claim process involved the preparation of a claim form. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us how detailed that claim form was?
It's fairly detailed on the employer side. Like I said, it was the employee's name, address, the coverages he had, the effective date of the coverages, amounts of coverage. Going off of memory, that's what I recollect on the form.
And what about the claim form to be filled out by the claimant, in this case, Monica Sementilli?
The only piece I recall is just like indicative data, like address and things like that, because I just put it together. I didn't really look at her piece of it just to get the claim paid.
But it did require a death certificate,
Yes.
correct? And was a death certificate obtained at some point?
Yes,
And included with the claim form?
correct.
Do you recall anything else about the claim form that would stand out?
No, it was just a typical
Standard claim
standard
form?
process. Yes,
Okay. And that would include just the amount that was due,
yes,
the death certificate, and the parties that were making the claim.
that's
Is that
correct.
right? Is that the same with Luigi Sementilli?
Luigi did not submit a claimant statement. It only came from Monica.
How did he get paid then?
He got paid by MetLife, and I would assume there's information when they're paying the beneficiaries to confirm the beneficiary designation, but that was nothing I sent.
And do you know if he had a separate
I do not.
Let me take this opportunity to break for lunch. We'll be in recess until 1:30. The evidence applies not to discuss this case either among yourselves or with anyone else or form express any opinions of the cause is finally submitted to you. Have a good lunch.
Hey guys, they're at lunch, so we're going to go to lunch as well. So just a quick recap. So this is Tracy Rakovich on cross. Didn't find out much from her other than the total amount of insurance was $1,691,000, with half of that going to the children. So that's about it. So, and you guys are talking about another trial, which, you know, whatever. Kick us when we're down, to be quite honest. I'm going to go to lunch. I'll see you guys later. Okay, so we're waiting for live court to come back. They said they would be back, I think they said 4:30. So we're just waiting for them to come back. I also think you said they were going to leave at 3 today, which would be 6 o'clock Eastern. So we're waiting. Super Ball's on my lap. As always. I don't know if that helps or not. She's chilling on my lap. That sounds good, Lily Wayne. Yeah, I guess we have Comcast coming on Monday, so they're going to be here and sit with us, so you guys are going to meet Comcast. They're coming Monday. They're going to be here sitting over my shoulder, apparently, or sitting next to us and seeing what happens, so we'll see. We'll see if that changes anything. So, yes, Super Ball. You know, as soon as I come on, they're going to come back. So maybe if I come on, that might push them. Capri Law, thank you for the Venmo. Appreciate it. I'm coming back on because I know as soon as I come on, they're going to come back. I'm trying to think. I think they did this yesterday too. We thought they'd come back at 4:30, then they came back at 5. Ken, you think if I get up, second the judge comes back, I can't go anywhere because I got Super Bowl on my lap, so I'm kind of here for the duration. So Trial Junkies United, yeah, it's been kind of we've learned a lot today, but it's been really dry because it's all been about insurance. And unless you really get into insurance and numbers, it's just been kind of dry testimony. But we did find out that Fabio's base salary was about $222,000. And that he had supplemental and he also had accidental death and dismemberment. Which makes sense because he was traveling a lot, right? So he had $444,000 in accidental death and dismemberment, AD&D, $222,000 in supplemental, and then $444,000 as his base. So he had like $1 million just in insurance. So it's been a little boring. I hate to say that about a trial, but it has been a little boring. A lot of repeat, Shirley. Yeah, I agree. A lot of repeat. JM, that part was boring. I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to find something that was. I don't know. Just my head hurts right now, so it's all. Capri Law. What does dismemberment be? I think like if you get a limb cut off, I think if you're dismembered, that means a limb is cut off. Ken, yeah, I just covered hours of testimony in about a minute. Yeah, to take apart. Basically, if you get a leg cut off, an arm cut off, if you lose a limb, yeah, pretty much you lose a limb. So he traveled a lot, right? So I'm thinking airplane accident, maybe, car crash, something like that. Lily Wayne says, did we ever see if the guy who was supposed to pay bond came back? That was in Megan Boswell. You know, they left early too, so I don't know what happened with that. We'll pick back up on that we're going to cover Karen Reed Thursday and Friday, so we're going to put this trial and Megan Boswell on hold, and we're going to cover Karen Reed because she's scheduled to be in. So we'll have to check that out. Pammy, yeah, and an additional 6-month wage. True. And that is true, absolutely, Pam. If a hairdresser lost a hand, that would be catastrophic for sure. And Capri Law, yep, if you cut off finger trimming bangs, that is true as well. Trial Junkies United, being a hairdresser, the hands are important. That is true. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Widespread panic. I just made a note about death and dismemberment, and I wrote D&D. Do people still play that? Actually, yes. Runkle does. Runkle and who was he playing with? Rob, and they were playing online D&D back in the day. So jury is being sent to the hotel for the evening in Tennessee versus Megan Boswell. The state may have opened the door to the defense bringing out in front of the jury that the defendant said her boyfriend rolled over on Evelyn and killed her. Judge has to review the 2-hour interview in chambers. Oh, the defense definitely did that. He said that in the opening. Aaron just texted me that. So yeah, Runkle was playing D&D with Rob, and was it I forget her name, Lithuanian lawyer, blonde, I forget her name, and the guy from Michigan who got sick, he came back, I forget his name. We used to watch those guys all the time way back when. I forget their names. Sorry guys. Anyway, yeah, they used to play online D&D. I don't know if they still do or not. Yes, Ken, D&D is quite fun to play. Yes, Krista, that was in the afternoon session. That was after lunch. Irish Amy, still know a bunch of people who still do. Super T used to play D&D. That's funny. Who knew? Thank you, Debbie. Yes, Rick Hogue. Right. Yep. Rick. Yep. He was, I think he was playing with them as well. Hey, Mona, I know some people that still play D&D in a group in Northern Cali that have played since high school. Yes, Rick used to, I'm pretty sure he played with Runkle and Rob. And then I forget the, so sorry. I'm so sorry that I'm forgetting their names. It's been like so long ago. She has blonde hair. I think she's Lithuanian. Crystal Limited Edition. When will we watch the afternoon for Megan? Probably not till Saturday, because we're going to do Karen Reed tomorrow. And then if Karen Reed ends early enough, we'll probably jump back on this trial. So we're going to just kind of fit them in as we can fit them in, you know. Yes, Alita, thank you. Legal Bites, thank you, Ken. Yes. Alita, Runkle, Rob, Rick, and then they had somebody who was the dungeon master. I forget who he was. He was not a lawyer. Hold on, my daughter plays It's All a Mystery to Me. That is so funny. Yes, D&D is Dungeons and Dragons. Yes, Alita from Legal Bites. I played cards too. I loved playing cards. See, my sisters taught me how to play cards, and then I got into D&D when they had left already. So it was hard to play solitary all by yourself. Well, that's the definition of solitary, but yep. So then my next door neighbor and I got into it. It's a role-playing game, basically. You take the character, you take the role of a character, and you go on these campaigns. And there's somebody called a dungeon master or a DM, and all these different characters. You could be a wizard, you could be a fighter, all these different, a thief, and then all these different classes and genders, of course. You could be a dwarf, you could be a human, an elf, half orcs, all this stuff. So it's basically a role-playing game, and you go on a campaign. And it could take an hour, it could take 5 years, could take your whole life. That's the cool thing about it. Okay, Ken, David from Pro Topics was the DM, cool dude. Yeah, I wasn't familiar with him. Hey, Mona, I don't fully understand the game. RPGs don't pull me in. Yeah, that's cool. They're not for everybody. Julie, RPGs are fun. I have also played Perfect World, which is MMO. I'm not familiar with that. Something RPG. I'm not familiar with that one. Yep, Capri Law. Yeah, D&D Hall in high school. It's so funny that it was so big. Here I am thinking, Jesus, nobody's even heard of that. And half of our chat has either played it or is still playing it. Super T, difficulty depending on the module. That is true. It also depended on your dungeon master, how good or bad they were. Looks like we're dropping frames again, guys. So Comcast is kicking us in the balls again. Super T, we would buy pewter figurines and paint them to represent our characters. Yep, we did too. Lily Wayne. Do you guys play that Pokemon game where you walk around and get characters on your phone? I do not. I've never played that one. Puffy, it's in our, let's see, it's info at Trial TV Live, but it's in our description. Let me just grab it for you. Hold on a sec. All right, Puffy. All right. I just dropped it there, Puffy. Info at Trial TV Live. Oops, hold on, I'm trying to pull this one up. Kicking in the pickleballs, right? D&D and computer people probably have a giant overlap. 100%. 100% agree with that. And yes, Pammy, kicking in the pickleballs. Yeah, dumbcast. Well, you guys may have a chance to to voice your opinion because they're going to be here on Monday. We're going to stream at 12:30. We're going to pick up on Monica, and they're going to be literally sitting like right next to me. So they may even be on screen. So you guys can cast your votes. Super T, people were getting seriously injured and even harmed even worse while playing Pokemon Go. Yeah. Can we please cast your opinion when Comcast is here? Absolutely. What's that? Yes, our internet is acting up again. So you know what's going to happen? Comcast is going to come and it's going to be perfect and we're not going to have any issues. But yeah. Ooh, you may want to censor chat. No, let them have it. Irish Amy, we got your back against the evil Comcast. Seriously, even if it's we'll be nice while they're there. No. Well, let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes. But they're going to be here Monday, and they're going to be literally sitting right here with me, and they're going to be watching the stream to make sure that it's not them, that it's us. Yep, therapist, it'll be perfectly fine on Monday with no issues. You know that's going to be the case. You know that will be the case. All right, Ken, here, let me pull this up. Ken Rosenberg, we've had criminal cases stemming from Pokemon Go and that stupid speed filter on Snapchat. Well, do you guys remember? I think it was out of Dallas. There was that kid that was playing D&D back in like the 80s. I remember. Yeah, it was like late 70s, early 80s, and I think he took it too far, and he killed himself or something. Oh, Capri Law, yeah, they're going to be right here. They're going to see everything. Wow, that camera is really doing some jiggle. Yeah, Pammy, that was a warning from Comcast. Itty bitty, can you go live YouTube and let them watch how it goes? Sorry, I ain't even in chat. Yes, that's what we're planning on doing. I mean, that's what we're doing. We're going to go live. We're going to act as if it's just a normal, typical day, and they're going to be sitting right here. They're going to bring all their monitoring equipment. And, oh, hey, Anja. Good to see you. Yeah, Julie, that's cool, though. I am glad they will get to see the issues. Well, that's the thing. It's going to be, they're going to literally be sitting here with me. We're going to be streaming, and they said they could be here for 5 minutes. They could be here all day. They could be here for 2 days. So they're going to be here, and we're going to see what happens. Yep, we're premium. We got booted. It doesn't matter. It's you're just going to get. It just is what it is. So, just is what it is. Can't do much about it. Let's see. Yeah, Irish Amy, not sure how good we are at normal. Julie, tell them to bring us lunch each day. We'll probably have to give them lunch, right? And we will not be covering Megan tomorrow. We're going to be covering Karen Reed. She's got, they're going to be talking with ARCA, the Crash Daddies. So we definitely want to cover that. We're not sure if the Crash Daddies will be there. But we will be covering Karen Reed. She has 2 trials. They scheduled it for 2 days. So we are going to be covering Karen Reed tomorrow. And then we'll pick back up probably Megan. Depends on Karen. If Karen is only on Thursday, we'll pick back up on Friday for Megan. And if not, we'll definitely pick up on Saturday. Which also means we'll be putting Monica on hold. So we'll see. We'll all see what happens. Baca, you're good. They're hearings, not trials. Yeah, sorry. Well, somebody keeps kicking the camera. Okay, we might be back here, guys. Maybe we might be back. No soup for you. Yeah, true. All right. Somebody keeps kicking that camera. Okay, the Crash Daddies were the guys from ARCA, which the defense brought in to basically prove that John O'Keefe was not struck by a car. So they did all these experiments. They were actually brought in by the FBI, and they proved that John O'Keefe was not struck by a car. So they were called the Crash Daddies because they were 2 guys in their 30s, 40s probably. Dreama Landry, whatever you're streaming, I will be watching. Thank you, Dreama. Appreciate that. Appreciate your support. And they, yes, oops. Yeah, I'm getting seasick, Anja. Krista Limited Edition. And they built a cannon. Yes, that was like the best part. He giggled when he said he built a cannon to prove that what the state was saying did not happen. They were FBI. Defense did not come. They had nothing to do with them. Yes, Aaron is reminding me it was the FBI that brought them in. The defense did not. They weren't for the state, that's for sure. The defense did not pay for them, did not bring them in, but they testified on behalf of the state. I guess if that's a correct way of saying it. You want a little scroll? Let's see. Well, I've got this, but I got to change it. Court's on a break, even though it's past 4:30. Lily Wayne, I missed it. I watched it, but missed them calling them Crash Daddies. I think that was just the chat. That's what social media was calling them. Oh, thank you, Yorkie. I'm here to stay. I'll watch whatever you show. Appreciate that. Thank you. Did I say the state? Okay. They had them there, yes, but the FBI was the ones that investigated. Yes. Okay, so the defense, not the states. Yes, sorry, it was the defense that brought in the Crash Daddies, not the state. They were refuting what the state was saying. Oh, snap, Sharon. ARCA offered to both sides. Defense was the only one that had them up. Yeah, maybe they're back, but the judge is having that 30-minute delay. Right, but hey, Moon, if they already had the delay, right? They started at 12:30. They started at 12, but the delay is till 12:30, so everything should be delayed, right? It should just. So if he says we'll be back in a half hour, we're already delayed. You know what I'm saying? So I don't understand why it would be delayed even further. Let me see. I will change. Let's see. I can change the scroller thingy. Let's see. Properties. Court is on their lunch break. How about that? I'll just do that. Because we have no idea how long they are actually on their break for. So, all right. Live court is on their lunch break. Hey, yeah, Shirley Roth, Crash Test Dummies. I remember them. They're one band I never saw. Yes. Hey, Mona. My brain fell asleep with the boring testimony. Live court is on their lunch break and due back soon. Yeah, we could do that. We could add that. And due back soon. Yeah, Aaron, the amazing testimony from Trooper Joe Paul, was completely decimated by them. All right, let's see. They're on their lunch break. Let's see. And we'll be back soon. We'll try that. In the meantime, you get to listen to me. Okay, there. Live court is on their lunch break and we'll be back soon. You are welcome, Ola. Thanks for the suggestion. 5:02, wow, come on. He said they were leaving early, too. He said, you know what happens? They're just going to come right back on, too. That's what happens with these guys. He leaves abruptly and they come back abruptly. Let's see, yep. Old frameage is dropping. Internet connecciones. It's terrible. Yeah, that judge is. He's abrupt. I like him actually. I wasn't on board with him at first, but the more I get along, I actually don't mind him. Ann just says, I can't believe they were contesting the Crash Daddies after Trooper Paul. I know, right? That's such a head shaker. Ken says, I think this judge would drive me nuts. You know what? At first, I wasn't sold on him at the very beginning, but I don't mind him now. I kind of, because when he interacts with the jury, he's actually pretty funny. Yeah, I guess you get used to it, though. True. Capri Law, what was the first trial we streamed? It was Chud. It was Chad Daybell. We just caught, it was May. We started last May, and we caught like the last 2 or 3 days of Chad, and then we picked up on Karen, and we caught like the last 2 weeks of Karen. But we've had to delete all those because we got demonetized, so we had to delete everything up until, I think, December. Actually, it was Elisa Mathewson and Trevor Summers. That's kind of when we started to, we got demonetized the Monday of Thanksgiving. So I started to come on. So anything from December on. So all those trials that we streamed, we had to delete. Except Sarah Boone, we're keeping those. Hopefully we won't get in trouble for
Here's
those.
Sementilli, defendant is present,
like
all counsel present, jury, and alternates are present. So I got another late update. It's the situation outside. It's the same as the last couple of days. Be careful. If anything happens, I'll let you know. But right now, it's business as usual. Ms. Rakovich, you're still under oath, and you may continue, Mr. Levine.
Good afternoon, Ms. Rakovich.
Good afternoon.
Just a couple more questions.
Sure.
The new policy that went into effect that you talked about, if it had not gone into effect, when would it have expired?
The benefits for 2017.
Yes.
Your Honor, debt is cumulative at this point.
But I'll allow counsel to ask this.
Thank you.
Those benefits would have expired at the end of the year, so 12/31/2017.
Okay. And when officially did the new policy go into effect?
January 1st, 2017.
Same time.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
Anything from other people?
Just one thing.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Oh,
Go ahead.
I just reminded of something. The new policy allowed them to stay on the health plans,
The children?
the children and Monica Sementilli, and to get his salary, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
You hear the question, please. Finish the question.
And his salary, correct?
Objection. Cumulative.
It is. This has been asked many times.
Okay. Now let me ask this. If it went into effect in January, how were they able to... Are you saying it went into effect the previous January? Or the coming January?
You mean the 6 months of continued benefits and salary?
Yes.
So that went into effect January 1st and continued through July 31st. And then it would have expired and the coverage would have terminated for Monica and the children.
Right. But then a new policy went into effect so she could be paid his salary and the benefits would continue.
Objection. Cumulative.
I think counsel just is under misunderstanding. I'm going to allow him to
Probably.
inquire.
So the enhancement, let's call it, of the benefits and the salary continuing ended July 31st, 2017. At that point, Fabio was no longer an employee, so the benefits would have expired and Monica would have had to find coverage for herself or the children elsewhere via COBRA or through another source because Fabio's coverage had ended.
Okay, but then it became the policy of Cody's who have that in effect for all future cases. Is that correct?
Your Honor. Objection. Cumulative.
It's his name.
At the time that he died,
Yes.
the knowledge of the continuation of those benefits and so forth was that they were going to end very soon. Correct?
Objection. Cumulative.
It is.
Did she answer?
She did not answer.
Thank you very much. Nothing further.
Yes, just one question. You were asked about any prior statements that you had made. You testified at a grand jury in this case back in 2017, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Anything further?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Rakovich. You are excused.
Thank you. People call Henry Meyer.
Face me and raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give and the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
I'm Henry Meyer.
Spell it, please. Spell it.
Oh, Henry, Henry, Meyer, Meyer.
Proceed, please.
Thank you. Sir,
How are you employed?
I'm the head of HR for ICANN,
For ICANN?
the Internet Corporation of Assigned Names and Numbers. So we manage the domain names to make the internet work.
Okay. How many years have you been there?
I've been there since 1st of October 2018.
What was your prior employment?
I was with Coty.
And what was your position with Cody?
Before I left, I was Senior Director for HR for the North America division.
And was it your job to run the local HR team here in California in the Woodland Hills office?
It was at the time, yep.
Okay. And what were you responsible for?
Things changed, but during the Sementilli case, I was the head of HR, so I ran the full function of HR, everything from the employee life cycle, from hiring to leaving the company, retirement benefits, local matters, recruitment, training, employer relations, the whole gamut.
Okay. Compensation as well as retirement?
Only locally, but there's, of course, the head office would run those processes, of course.
Okay. And at the time that you came to, well, when did you come to Cody? What year?
I joined, I was transferred by Procter & Gamble, who owned the company at the time, in June, July 2011. And I'd moved from Boston to LA.
So you were with P&G prior to coming to LA?
Correct.
All right. And Wella, at the time that you came to LA, was a division of P&G?
Correct.
Procter & Gamble,
Yep.
yes?
Yep.
And at some point, Wella was bought out by Cody.
Correct.
That was in 2016?
2016, yes.
Okay. And did you supervise other individuals in the HR division?
The HR team reported to me, so yes, I did. A number of people, I'm trying to remember, there must have been about eight of us, about something like that.
Okay. Was one of those individuals a gal by the name of Janet Cover?
She was, yep.
You want to have a photograph of Ms. Cover that we marked as People's 100? Showing you People's 100. Do you recognize what you see
I do.
Here? Is that indeed Janet Cover?
That is Janet, that's Janet Cover.
Okay. And you supervised her?
Yes.
And did you also work with Tracy Rakovich, who was in the New York office?
I did.
Okay. How many years did you work for, whether it was P&G, Wella, or Cody altogether?
A total of 14 years.
Okay. How many years with P&G?
12. So 2 of those with Coty, yep.
The last 2?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes,
Did you know somebody by the name of Fabio Sementilli?
I did.
And showing you People's 13, do you recognize the individual that you see here?
I do. That's Fabio.
Okay. And did you work with him in the Woodland Hills office?
I did.
Approximately when did you meet Fabio?
I transferred from Boston. I was head of the HR for Gillette's manufacturing, and I moved here in 2014, July 2014.
So that was approximately
That's
the
the
time
first-
that you met him?
Correct.
Was he already with Wella when you came?
He was.
Okay. And did you assist Fabio with his transfer from Canada to the United States?
He was already working here, but he went through. He was on a green card, and he localized. So to get his green card, support him in those processes, I helped that. Yep.
Okay. And did you work under when you first came under Sally Schon?
Did he work under?
Yes.
Yes, he did.
And then subsequent to that, Fabio took over Sally's job.
Correct.
Okay. And the two of you worked together, is that right?
Yes.
You were part of his leadership team?
I was on the team, same as we had a common CEO.
Did you have occasion to meet his wife?
Never. A couple of times in work social functions, 2 to 3 times maximum.
How about trips, like to Hawaii, like
There was a
trendsetters?
sales award trip, and I was lucky enough to go with it. So that was Hawaii, I think.
Okay. Do you see her here in court today?
I do.
Can you identify her, please, for the record by pointing her out or describing what she's wearing?
I see her right there.
Thank you. Had you ever been to the Sementilli home before Fabio's murder?
No.
Okay. On the night of January 23rd, were you contacted by the CEO, Sal Macheri?
Yes, it was 7 in the evening. I'd left the office already, and he called me.
Okay. And did you meet with him in the parking lot?
Yes.
I
Came back to the office to meet with him.
You want a photograph of Mr. Macheri who we marked as People's 101?
All right.
Showing you People's 101. Do you recognize
I
this
do.
film?
That's so.
Showing you Exhibit 91. Do you know this person?
I do. David Diaz.
And were both of them working in the Woodland Hills office with you?
Yes.
All right. And did the three of you, along with Bob Lucian, go that night to the street where the Sementilli home was located?
We did.
Okay. After that night, was it your responsibility to set up various financial plans for the Sementilli family?
As HR, yes, it was my responsibility. I mean, it wasn't my responsibility to set things up. It was making sure payments that were due were processed. But I did, in fact, set up some things specifically for them.
Did you initiate some new policy within the company
I did.
based on this particular case of
Yes.
Fabio's murder? And did some of those things you initiated become then policy for North America?
It was agreed to become global policy, or North America policy.
All right. In terms of what you did in this case to assist the defendant, could those things have been handled by way of phone call?
Yeah. I mean, the policy stuff obviously was internal, explain to her benefits and what happens and support. That's easily done on the phone, email even.
Rather than handle things by phone call, did you go to the Sementilli home on a couple of occasions?
I did.
Okay. On a few days after the murder, on January 26th, did you go to the Sementilli home along with Janet Cover?
I did.
And what was your purpose in going there that day?
I went personally to, again, see how she was doing and also to give her a breakdown of what benefits she could expect following Fabio's death, and really just to help her through the process. A lot of those were estimates at the time, but I detailed it as much as possible and said what we're going to do to finalize some of the others.
Okay. And did you explain to the defendant that as the head of HR that you were going to prepare certain information or documentation for her in order to understand all the benefits that Fabio had?
We were going to do some work on it because some of it was from a previous employer because we were divested, and it was cross-border. Some of it was in Canada, so we had to reach out. So it was just walking her through those and getting the contacts for her.
When you say previous employer, you're referring to P&G?
P&G, yep.
And so did you attempt to give an estimated value of the various benefits that would be coming to her and her family?
Insofar as possible, there were some things we could do, others we couldn't, but at least I could say that's a line item that we need to figure out still.
Okay. And did that include giving her an estimate of the value of the life insurance that Fabio had purchased?
Of the total policy, yes.
Did that also include the value of Fabio's 401k plan?
Yes.
And did you also review with her various stock options that belong to Fabio?
Correct.
Did you also review with her P&G's profit sharing and savings plan?
Yes.
And did you also research various contacts for P&G for Fabio's prior employer?
I did.
Okay. And did you reach out yourself to P&G to advise them of the circumstances of what had happened to Fabio in order to assist the defendant?
I had to speak to P&G's head office in the U.S. In Cincinnati, Ohio, and then subsequently also to their team members in Toronto, in Canada.
Did you also review with the defendant Fabio's international stock ownership plan?
I did.
And did you do the same with P&G Canada, also Fabio's prior employer?
Yes.
All right. And did you also notify them of the circumstances of what had happened in order to trigger the sale of any shares in Fabio's international stock ownership plan, or ISOP?
Correct. I did. I can't remember if it was Cozy or P&G or both. I think what they needed was evidence of death, so they needed death certificates. So we had to send that as well, I believe.
Okay. And did you also explain to the defendant at that time how the company, through you, were going to provide support?
Yes.
And what did you explain to her? What was that going to include or look like?
We were, and this comes subsequently to the policies we created, but we, to support her through the death, we agreed to extend or continue his salary payment. He was killed in 23rd January, I believe, and we said we'd extend it to the end of June, and obviously because of the family situation and the children and whatnot, and Monica herself, we also agreed to extend the health care support that we provided, so her health insurance.
Okay. So in terms of the salary for 6 months, approximately how much money are we talking about?
It was about 110,000.
Gross?
Gross, yep.
Okay. And so therefore, she would be getting the same amount of money as if Fabio was still alive?
No change. That exactly the same, yep, until the end of June.
And did you also tell the defendant that you were going to pay out any vacation that had accrued, that Fabio had accrued, in terms of money?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Was that something that was unusual?
It's unusual because normally you have to, that wasn't normal policy. So he'd accrued, I think it was 53 hours or something, so we'd paid that as well.
So approximately how much money are we talking there?
I'm thinking it was about 5, something like that.
56.88 maybe?
That sounds right.
And what else did you tell the defendant that you were going to have the company pay for?
We also took exceptional treatment of him because he was Canadian. His home country is Canada. He'd localized in the US. So we said, look, it's your choice, but if you want to repatriate his body to Canada, we set up a process to fund that, okay, which I believe was taken up in the end as well.
Okay. When you say repatriation, you mean the cost of sending Fabio's body back home?
Correct.
That was a new policy that you instituted as well?
Yes.
All right. And what about support for the family in the aftermath?
During the whole mourning period, whatever you want to call it, there was a lot of support going there. We provided a lot of food and drink for them. We supported family coming in from Canada. We had them pick up at the airport. We supported transport, after the funeral, there at the wake, we funded that event as well. I mean, that was probably about $9,000 or $10,000. We did the food, we did the even down to renting chairs and tables.
Okay. So basically,
And transport for the family. Yep, catered event.
That was the event that occurred on January 29th after the viewing at a funeral home?
Yes.
All right. And did you assist with setting up those arrangements?
Yep.
Okay. And what about things like a car loan? Since he was an expat, how did that work?
During his period as an expat, because you don't have a credit history in the U.S., you're coming from a foreign country, he is provided with a loan to purchase a car. He pays the company back. I think it is it's either 60 or 72 months. I believe it's 60 months. At the time of his death, he had an amount of $9,000 owing on the loan, and we wrote that off as well. And essentially, we took a principle-based approach to the policies. We said, he's a very senior guy, but we wanted to, the reason they became policies, we wanted to ensure everyone who goes through these events in the future to be treated the same way. So not to make exceptions, and we wanted to be generous with that policy.
All right. And then subsequent to the viewing and wake, did you go again to the defendant's home with Janet Cover around February 9th?
Yes.
And did you provide the defendant with a detailed breakdown of Fabio's benefits?
I did, insofar as the numbers that were known. Some things sort of determined. The other important aspects of it is some of those personal details I couldn't directly access. She had to do it. So, for example, she had to. We gave her phone numbers and contacts of people in Canada, the benefits people, the insurers, and so on. So there's a list of contacts and some of the breakdowns of the information we had.
Very good. Your Honor, I have a document labeled Fabio Sementilli's Estimated Benefits by Henry Meyer. Could it be marked, please, as People's 102?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 102. Is this a document that you provided to the defendant February 9th, 2017?
Yes.
And on this particular document, under at the very far left, did you provide contact information for MetLife and P&G, Morneau Chappelle, who I think administered some of the pension benefits in Canada,
Yep.
Sun Life? Yes?
Yep.
And did you also then provide, at least as far as what you were able to identify, a chart that indicated what type of benefits Fabio had, such as life insurance, accidental death and dismemberment, any supplemental policies, restricted stock units, stock options, profit sharing, ISOPs, things of that nature?
I did, and the reason there's question marks is because some of that information we still needed from various places, but we at least knew we had those benefits because they were on our register.
And then did you also provide a breakdown in terms of the percentages as Fabio had designated in his 2017 benefits, percentages for all the beneficiaries, including the defendant and his 3 children?
I did, and that was provided by Tracy for me because she knew the master policy and his benefit elections.
All right. And did you indicate to the, or explain to the defendant the way that benefits were allocated in terms of things such as life insurance and death and dismemberment policies?
Yes.
And did the defendant say anything to you with respect to the documentation when you provided it to her on February 9th?
Objection, no foundation date, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
She was very pleased. She, she said to me, Fabio's a good man. She never realized he took care of these things, and how nice it was to take care of his kids as well. So she was very pleased to hear it. She said she didn't know any of these things. She said Fabio didn't really have her or let her do any of the books. So he kept it to himself. So she seemed very surprised about them.
So she told you that she didn't have any idea or she didn't know what benefits Fabio had?
Yes.
Or
Yes?
She did.
And she also told you that it wasn't her that did the books, it was Fabio, and he kept that from her?
Correct.
And did you also create a document, a 4-page document that contained, again, some of the information that we see on 102, your estimated benefits, along with a breakdown of benefits, a more detailed document?
I did.
Your Honor, I have a 4-page document labeled Fabio's salary and benefits estimation. May it be marked as People's 103.
yes.
Showing you People's 103, starting with the front page. Is this a document that you created and provided to the defendant?
I did.
And did it start out at the top with your contact information, phone number, email, as well as Janet's?
Yep, I wanted to ensure Monica had personal access to me as well as Janet, my senior HR person. So that's my email addresses. Yep, all of this.
And you laid out in here that the company is agreeing to continue salary for 6 months.
Correct.
Okay. And did you also include in this document a breakdown of Fabio's life insurance, supplemental policies, and the amounts?
I did.
Okay. Did you also include what the guaranteed minimum would be, which you've documented here as a minimum of one?
That's the sum of those three, and the one was still to be confirmed by the insurer, so yes.
A minimum of 1.187 million?
Yes. 1.188.
Okay. And also on this document, did you provide contact information for MetLife as well as the policyholder for the accidental death?
Yes.
And a breakdown of what accrued vacation was, as well as his 401k that was being administered by Charles Schwab, as well as any RSUs that you were writing off the car loan, all the things we've just spoken about.
I did.
And
I put the contact details there because some of the things, while I knew their moms or knew about them, she had to claim them herself, so I couldn't call the insurer.
And on the following page, is this a document from Fabio's benefit selections for 2017 plan year in terms of his life insurance as well as ADD and the breakdown by individual, by beneficiary?
Correct.
The third page, did that also include, did you include information about P&G benefits, Fabio's prior employer, along with contact information for the defendant regarding Fabio's stock options, profit sharing plan, and things of that nature?
That's information I got from P&G when I worked with them in Cincinnati and Toronto.
And on the fourth page, did that also include documentation that you obtained from P&G Canada regarding Fabio's ISOP, his International Stock Ownership Plan.
Yep.
What else? Do you want the plates here? Showing you what was previously marked as People 75. Is this a document that you created or not?
No, I don't recognize that.
On one of the occasions that you went to meet with the defendant at her home, did she have someone there with her?
There was always people around, her sister, but I believe once we met, her lawyer was there as well.
And do you recall her name?
I don't. I should, but we had some phone calls and stuff. It's probably in my notes, but
Okay.
I need to be refreshed on that.
Did she send you a series of emails, this lawyer that the defendant had hired?
She did.
Your Honor, I have an email chain between Henry Meyer and Janice Lee Shen. May it be marked, please, as People's Exhibit 104.
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 104. Do you recall receiving a series of emails from Monica's lawyer who was at her home by the name of Janice Lee Shen?
One of the objections that is her home at the time of the sent
And now at the time, cost of speculation.
Is this the same lady that was at the home when you went to meet with Monica?
This is the same, yeah.
And did
I
she...
misunderstood, counsel. He said at her home. It sounded like the email was generated from the attorney's home, and I think that's what counsel had in mind as well, unless I'm wrong.
No.
Okay. When you went to the defendant's home, did she have a lawyer with her by the name of Janice Lee Shen?
She did on one occasion, as far as I remember.
And subsequent to going to the defendant's home, did Ms. Shen send you some emails?
She did.
Okay. And does this document, what you see here in Exhibit 104, contain some of those emails that you received from Ms. Shen?
Yes.
And did she refer to the fact that she had had a conversation with you?
She did.
Did she have multiple conversations with you, Ms. Shen?
There were several. I couldn't put a number on it, but certainly more than one.
And what did these conversations pertain to?
A lot of it was about, as far as I recall, mostly the life insurance and the progress on getting it paid.
Okay. And were you working with Tracy Rakovich in New York in order to supply the information necessary to submit the claim, the insurance claim?
Yes.
That was made by the defendant? Yes?
Yes.
And once you sent the information to Tracy Rakovich, at that point, was your responsibility for the life insurance portion complete?
Yes, I couldn't do anything more because it's through the insurer and Monica.
Which is a third party?
Correct.
Okay.
MetLife.
MetLife. Yet, you continue to receive communications from Ms. Shen
I did.
regarding why it was taking so long to pay out the life insurance.
I did. I explained again that it's an independent third party. It's not part of us. We have no influence on them, and it's a policy matter.
Okay.
I probably use nicer words than that.
And after collecting, as you said, all the information from the defendant and handing it over or sending it to Ms. Rakovich in New York, and she then processing the claim and sending it to MetLife, did you also receive various calls and complaints from the defendant?
I did.
Okay. Can you describe that?
Again, it came. It was about the speed of payments and responsiveness. You know, it started off very nice and pleasant, and but I would say it ramped up. They got more aggressive. I think I used the word harassing me. I mean, she was hassling me, pushing very hard, and accusing me of somehow ignoring it or not processing it quick enough.
Yet you had done all the portion of the policy, whatever work you needed to do was out of your hands.
Yeah, and I'd explained the way the policy works, and I suppose I got irritated because of the nature of attacks on me when I thought, boy, I've done quite a lot for you and your family. So at some point you start thinking that way.
Okay. In other words, the fact that you had, along with other members of the leadership team, put into practice new policies to benefit her and her family.
Yeah, the main, I mean, the practical concern I have, I understand the, you know, there's costs and challenges with losing your partner, but for the time being, at least until the end of June, it's as if nothing had financially had happened because Fabio continued to, she continued to receive his salary, which I'd set up until the end of June. So as a minimum, she had continuation of income.
Yet, as you said, the defendant began to harass and hassle you.
Yeah, simply said I was ignoring, not responding, being too slow.
And none of that, in terms of the processing of the claim, was within your control. Is that what you're saying?
No. And of course, my wish is to expedite it as soon as possible under the circumstances.
Did you explain to the defendant that it was up to the insurance company when they paid out the claim?
Overruled.
Did you explain to the defendant that the insurance company was going to require clearance from law enforcement before they paid out under these circumstances, meaning because Fabio had been murdered?
Same ruling.
Well, yes, and basically that is information that I believe Tracy had told me anyway, how the policy worked.
That's what he explained to the witness, to the defendant's overruled.
And were you also contacted by law enforcement?
I was.
Okay. And despite all of this, did the defendant also begin to start harassing or hassling your subordinate, Janet?
Objection on calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Were you aware of calls and text messages based on being present when they came in?
I was, and Janet showed me some text she received and spoke about it. So we were a little, well, I'll speak for myself, but we were exasperated by it.
And in terms of some of the claims the defendant was making that you weren't being responsive, were you unresponsive? Or were those claims false?
They were false. I mean, I thought I'd be gone above and beyond to sort things out, so it was irritating.
Would it be fair to say that you explained and discussed the procedure and the process for a life insurance payout on at least 4 different occasions to the defendant?
Yes, and it was in the documentation I gave her as well in terms of who to contact and so on.
During the conversations that you had with the defendant as well as her estate attorney, Ms. Shen, was the overall tone of those conversations the fact that there was an urgent need for the life insurance to be paid out?
Speculation would be sustained on that ground.
Was there some urgency expressed to you by the defendant in terms of the payout of the life insurance?
I love this.
Every interaction progressively got more, was pressing harder to get speed of payment, and hence the frustration of why it was going so slowly, and ultimately apparently me not doing enough to make it happen.
And were you asked, despite your explanation of the fact that it wasn't within your control, were you asked by the defendant to call LAPD?
Yes, I was. That rings a bell. Yep.
And when you did so, did that do anything to speed up the process of the life insurance payment?
No.
Did you explain that clearance from law enforcement to the defendant's lawyer was a necessity or a standard practice in a homicide case?
Yes, because that's what I've been informed.
By the LAPD?
No, yes,
And did you also explain that to the defendant?
I did.
Despite that, did the defendant continue to contact you and ask you to expedite the insurance payment process?
Yes.
During this same period of time, when you were being hassled and harassed by the defendant and her lawyer regarding the payout of the life insurance proceeds, were you aware of the social media posts the defendant was placing on her Instagram account?
So ruled.
I'd seen the posts, absolutely. They were either seen by me or shown to me, because it was a big deal in the organization.
And in terms of those Instagram posts relating to the defendant's alleged misery over the loss of her husband, did that make you feel sorry for her?
No more than I felt from the get-go, because it's a terrible thing. I had huge empathy. It's hard to imagine yourself going through that. So absolutely, which is why we went to the extent of trying to help her in every which way.
And yet, despite that, what MetLife did with the insurance payout was beyond your control.
Yes. But I took some comfort that we continued the salary in the meantime, so she at least was getting income.
So you didn't really see the urgency as she did?
No.
Sustained.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Meyer. Did you testify before a grand jury in this case?
I did.
And we're going back several years, back to probably 2017. Remember that?
I do.
Okay. But I take it that's the only other time you've testified about this case other than today?
Yes.
And at that time, I take it your memory about these events was likely better than it is today, 6, 7 years later.
That would be expected. Yep.
Yes, absolutely. Do you remember testifying before the grand jury about how many conversations you say you had with Monica relative to her request for the insurance proceeds?
I don't remember the number.
Do you remember that question being asked?
I don't actually say.
Do you remember responding?
Counsel,
Page,
could you reference to it, please?
I'm sorry, 527, lines 5 through 11.
Are you going to show it to counsel before you read it?
I'm just going to ask him if he recalls these questions and answers.
Objection.
No.
All right?
No foundation.
If I may approach.
Yes, of course.
Mr. Meyer, I want you to take a look without reading out loud. What appears in this transcript, I want to make sure I get it right. Lines 5 to 14. Just read it to yourself if you would.
Again, what page, Counsel?
527.
Page 527.
That's what it says at the top of the transcript.
Yep.
Okay. And reading that over, would that refresh your memory as to the question and answer that you gave at the grand jury?
It's similar to what I said earlier.
Okay. Well, at that time you said you were asked approximately how many conversations would you say you had with Monica relative to her request for his insurance proceeds? And your answer was probably all in all about 3 to 4 conversations. 3 of those were visits to her home. Do you remember that question and answer?
I don't, but the context is familiar, so yes.
Okay.
I mean, there
wanna
were
explain?
exchanges, we had calls, we had texts, we had visits, so yeah.
Calls and texts you counted as visits or not?
Interactions.
Okay. So was it correct that, as you recalled at that time, it was probably about 3 or 4 conversations? 3 of those were visits to her home?
Yes.
Okay. And each of those conversations had to do with the issue involving life insurance, correct?
Life insurance was part of it,
Okay.
because it was a raft of benefits and
Okay.
support.
It had to do with the support that Cody was given to her as a result of the death of her husband.
Correct.
And at this time, I might as well ask, I take it he was a valued employee
It was highly valued.
and loved by all.
That's absolutely.
Okay. Which made the loss even more heartbreaking for you and the company. Is that a fair statement?
It was just the circumstances and the personality, everything. Of course, it's
And the fact that he was killed, he was murdered.
of course.
Okay. Did that, in part, result in this offer or change in policy to allow his salary and his benefits, health benefits, and so forth to the family to continue?
It did.
This had not previously been the policy of Cody.
Correct.
Had there ever been a tragic death like this in your experience while working there?
No.
Okay. So this obviously was the first time for something as terrible as this.
And hence the need for different policies.
Yes. And you took into account that if the change had not occurred, the murder occurred on January 23rd, 17, by the end of that month, all of these benefits would have stopped.
Correct.
Okay. No salary, no health insurance, no pension, no anything, correct?
By the end of the month, because his death was during the month, it continues to the end of the month, but technically end of the month, yes.
So you're talking about 8 days. Is that right? You first learned about Fabio Sementilli's death the day of the death. Is that what you recall?
Yes.
Okay. And where were you?
I'd left the office. My memories, I think I was in Home Depot.
Okay. You were in Woodland Hills, was your office?
Woodland Hills, yep.
Okay. Did you know where Fabio lived?
I did not. I've never been to his home. I knew he lived in Woodland Hills, however, because he bought a house a couple of years back.
Had you been to the house
I had
previously?
not, no.
Okay. And was it your desire then, or your decision, to go there that night to lend whatever support and condolences you could?
One does what you have to, right? My CEO called me. He said he had heard a text message, I think, from someone in New York that said something about Fabio's death. We couldn't contact him, so we said we'd go to his home. And the CEO knew where he lived, and I accompanied him along with a couple of other people.
The CO was Saul.
Sal,
His last name,
Sal Missouri.
Missouri.
Salvatore Missouri.
Okay, so he had testified in this case before. Is that the same one?
I haven't been following.
Very good.
I'll
Just
withdraw. You knew at that time that Fabio had been killed, correct?
I did not. See, that's why we went to the home, because we heard something was going on, so we went to see the wife. When I got there, we were assaulted by TV and police everywhere.
Okay, figuratively, I hope
Figuratively.
certain legal term.
In this context, yes. I'm confronted by one of them.
So you really learned for the first time when you got to the scene that something as terrible as a killing had occurred,
Yes.
and that he was dead.
Yes. I knew he was dead, and we'd been told there was a murder. I think that we spoke to a neighbor or the police or something. The police let us through because once we identified ourselves, they let us go to the house.
You knew where to go, or did
I followed Sal.
okay. So obviously he appeared to know where to go. Is that correct?
Yes.
So maybe I missed something. When did you actually learn that Fabio was dead?
It started off with my CEO speculating with me that it possibly, he'd heard something.
Okay.
I came back to the office, it was about 7 in the evening, then with him, and I think it was our head of finance, Bob Lucian at the time, and David Diaz. We then went to the home, not all in the same car, and the police, I believe it was the police that confirmed it, and then there was also a neighbor who was helping things, and she was quite graphic, and she'd spoken about cleaning up and this and that. So it was explained to us.
Okay. And you never got actually into the house.
No.
You were stopped outside, correct?
Correct.
And the first person you contacted you was appeared to be a neighbor, close friend, so forth. Did the name Deborah Obad ring a bell?
That does, yep.
Okay. Did you see Monica?
Not immediately. I believe she came across from the neighbor's house, and then I saw her briefly.
Okay. Did she appear to be then coming out of the neighbor's house when you first saw her?
I believe so, yep. I can't remember if it was next door across the road, but she certainly came. She didn't come from inside the house.
Okay. You learned later that's where she had been taken with the family and so forth.
I'm going to object that. It seems that's
What is this name?
Was she alone or was she with somebody?
She was accompanied by the neighbors. I don't recall anyone else.
Okay. Did you recognize her?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you approach her?
Well, she approached us. We were stood on the porch.
Okay. And how would you describe her demeanor?
Well, as I'd expect, she seemed pretty upset and traumatized.
I take it you didn't have a conversation with her at that time for that reason. Is that correct?
No, we were fact-finding. We were just finding out what was going on, and that was it.
Okay.
Yep.
I mean, did you hug her? Did she hug you? Anything of that nature?
I don't remember it, but the beauty business is full of hugs, so I assume it may have happened. I don't know.
Very well. So who did you speak with first, if anyone, to actually have a conversation about what was going on?
I'm going to object, Your Honor, vague as to what point in time.
It's overruled.
You mean at that night?
After you, I take it you didn't have a conversation with her in light of the physical condition she was in, correct?
Correct.
So did you speak to someone else, or did someone else approach you and start a conversation?
I think I was pretty much joined at the hip with Sal.
Okay.
And Bob Lucian, we were informed. I can't remember it was them. I do know the neighbor gave us a lot of detail. For example, the neighbor said she had cleaned up a lot of blood in the home, and worried about the kids and this and that. So, but the net of it is we knew he had been killed.
Okay. Did you learn anything else while you were there concerning what? Well,
That is the thing.
concerning what you testified about here today, did you learn anything else that night? Anyone talk to you about helping out, supplying information to Monica if she needed help, anything of that nature?
No, I don't. I think just as it unfolded, because I wasn't close. I mean, HR wasn't close to anyone. You keep your distance, right? But of course, in our discussions, we'd learned it's not just Monica. There were 2 daughters. We'd heard, I think, that one of the daughters had seen were the first on site. So I don't know.
It calls for a narrative that includes hearsay.
The narrative is sustained.
Did you see the daughters there that night?
I don't recall that. No. In fact, I didn't.
Okay. How long were you there, Mr. Meyer? Mayor?
If it was half hour to 45 minutes maximum, I mean, a lot of it was waiting to be cleared to go through because the police had to go back and forth and speak to. So it took some time. I think on the doorstep, I was probably there for 15 minutes.
Okay. And can you briefly tell us what you did during those 15 minutes other than what you've already testified to?
I think briefly I was processing what had happened. This was, it looked like a fiction unfolding, so yeah.
And were you getting information from anyone specifically, officer, fireman, neighbor, anyone, if you recall?
Well, apart from curiosity, I mean, nothing specifically that I needed. It's just what the hell happened here.
And who did you talk to about that, if you remember?
I don't recall anything.
Was it an office for firemen, someone on duty, or was it a civilian neighbor, for instance?
I know the fire guys or some authority told us where to park. The police were back and forth letting us through. But I do recall speaking with the neighbors. The neighbor that was supporting her at the time, I think, and I believe her husband might have been with, but I...
After you spoke with that person, whoever it was, and were you able to, I take it you at some point had to leave the scene because you weren't going to obviously be able to get through and go into the house or anything like that, correct?
Well, there was nothing for me to do, exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
So the reason you went, if I could ask, was it to lend your assistance, pay your condolences, or just to find out what the heck happened?
When we heard about it, we weren't sure what happened. He was a senior executive in the organization. I was with my CEO. We wanted to confirm. I would say we were very close as a team. Obviously, Monica was well known to sell, and they were I think they were friends from Canada even. And so people were close, people were traumatized. And yes, it was fact-finding. And of course, then the immediate aftermath is you thinking about how to deal with it in the organization, because you have to communicate, you have to share this information.
So a lot of things going on.
And the news was breaking, so we had what I'd call a crisis meeting to figure out how we handle it.
Did Sal appear to have some knowledge of the neighbor and speak to the neighbor you're talking about himself?
He spoke with me. Whether he had knowledge of them, I don't know.
Okay. And then you left, I take it.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You've discussed what your role was at that point, and if I could summarize it, it was basically to do whatever you could on behalf of Cody and its ownership and employees to help out Monica and her family. Is that a fair statement?
Well, there's two things, right? There's that, and of course the other piece is you're thinking of the organization. It's my job, and we've got to manage the aftermath of that. So both of those.
You had to inform the other employees what had happened.
Correct.
How did you do that?
Excuse me?
Irrelevant.
Sustained.
At some point, you've testified to deciding to take some steps financially from the company to assist Monica and her family, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And whatever those steps were, it did not involve communicating with Monica at that time, correct?
Well, we had nothing to say at the time.
Okay. You had nothing to say until you and the company had made a decision as to what to do.
There are some benefits that she's completely, in normal circumstances, entitled to, life insurance, whatnot. That's not in my control. The extra pieces of making exceptional treatment for her and ultimately requiring policy to support that, that was the extra stuff I did.
Okay.
So, for example, the continuation of pay, continuation of health care, the loan for the car, etc., etc.
Was that your decision to make, or did you have to discuss it with higher-ups or other personnel at the company?
We all have bosses, but it was my initiative, I'd certainly say, and I'm very happy to have done that because I think it sets a good groundwork for the future.
And Ms. Rakovich was part of that and agreed?
Yep.
When was that decision made in relationship to the night you went to the scene?
It actually moved very fast, credit to Coty. So I would say in the next week or two, we got agreements on continuation of the salary and so on. So it was very fast.
Okay.
The subsequent work was writing it as policy.
But since by the end of the month of January, typically, if things stayed the same, all of these benefits would have run out. I take it that you made sure they did not run out.
The salary is not benefit, right? Salary is salary, but
Healthcare.
Healthcare, yes.
In the normal situation, that would cease in a short period of time, end of the month, correct?
Correct.
That had been the policy before then.
Yep.
Okay.
Same as if someone resigns or fired or whatever.
Exactly. But at least in that case, there's some advance notice. This was no advance.
Sustained.
All right. So, whenever the decision was made, how was it communicated to Monica?
Once we knew, I told her.
In person, on the phone, email?
I think there was a meeting in early February, the 9th or something, where I went to her home with my senior HR person, Janet Kova. We explained that to her. I gave her some paperwork. Unlike many HR, I did it in an Excel because I like Excel and laid it out so it was easy to read and easy to understand what the benefits are and might be, because some things I didn't know, as well as contact details. And I even went as far to say who would get what in terms of Fabio's choices for his benefits, i.e. What percentage of the insurance goes to, life insurance goes where.
Okay. And you did that because, as far as you knew, she had no idea of what those benefits were.
Sustained.
You did it to make sure she knew what the benefits were at the time that you spoke to her. You wanted her to know everything that was coming to her as a result of the policy. Let me just finish, and the new policy.
Empathetically, if I was going through this, and that's my job to put myself in someone else's shoes, you are very confused at the time, and everything's a worry and everything's so I wanted to lay it out, not only tell her, but lay it out in writing so she could, because if I tell her, she's going to forget it the next day if it doesn't. So I told her and wrote it down for her.
And did you see her in person on that occasion?
I did.
Did you go to her residence?
Yes.
Did anyone accompany you?
Janet Kova did.
Okay. And she again is...
So Janet Kova is my senior HR person. We have what we call business partners in HR, and parts of the organization are allocated to a business partner. The education function that Fabio worked in was one of her responsibilities, so she accompanied me throughout, and she was my senior person.
Is this something that you've done before, Mr. Meyer, in other situations, or is it fair to say this is the first situation like this that you had experienced?
I think if I explain an HR job to anyone, they won't believe me. So I don't talk about, but a murder, first time ever. I've seen it all in about 30 plus years, never seen this.
Okay. So again, you went out there and you provided her with a document that I believe was shown to you on the Elmo there by the prosecutor, which spelled out the benefits that you've described quite detailed.
Yes, it was an Excel spreadsheet, line by line, column by column, it had all of them.
And had you made an appointment to see her ahead of time?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
After you did that, gave her the paper, did you discuss with her at all how or what she had to do in order to file a claim for the insurance that was spelled out on the 4-page document?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you tell her?
The details I can't remember, but essentially she had to get a death certificate. She had to give it to the insurer. That's their trigger for them to start processing the claim. I say processing because it's not, I get this and we pay you. They have their own processes, but I explained how to do it and who to contact, so she had those details. And not just for the life insurance, for all the benefits in across both the U.S. and also in Canada.
Okay, and did she appear to understand what you were telling her?
Yeah, she did. Yep.
Okay.
I mean, she had someone with her as well. I think the lawyer on one occasion was with, so, and it was written down, so I have to assume she understood it.
You said on one occasion, her lawyer, can you recall whether that was the second occasion that you saw her, the ninth being the first, or was it a subsequent?
At least the second, certainly not the first.
Not the first, okay. And the lawyer was assisting her in dealing with the legal matters involved in the case.
I'm going to object. It would call for speculation.
Sustained, that's for me.
You interacted with the attorney, correct?
I did.
And you showed you told the attorney what was necessary, is that correct?
Correct.
And one of the things that had to be obtained was a death certificate, is that right?
Ask and answer.
I'll
Not
allow
by
it.
me.
But I'm allowing it, counsel. Be careful.
I think fundamental to insurance, life insurance claim is a death certificate.
Okay, okay. And did you tell her anything else that she had to do that you recall relating to the insurance involving the police department, for instance?
Objection vague as to whether now we're talking about the defendant or her lawyer.
I'm assuming it's the defendant. Overruled.
Let me ask you this: when you were talking and providing this information, was Monica Sementilli with the attorney?
Yes.
So they were together?
Yep.
Okay. And did you bring up the issue of the police department having to prepare some kind of report because of the nature of the death?
I think that's the instruction I got from Tracy at the time, I believe. But yes, I do recall telling her that.
And you didn't know that specifically until Tracy had advised you, is that right?
Someone had told me to do it, but I didn't know. First time I've done one of these, so
Sure.
yes.
And what exactly did you explain to her in that regard, which I'm assuming is what you had first learned from Tracy?
I think they had to do some kind of process and clear something before a payment could be, or claim could be properly processed.
That's
in the case of a murder, I think
Okay.
that's
how you explained it?
hopefully I did it a bit better than that, but yes.
Oh, okay. Whatever you were informed, that's how you explained it to her.
Mm-hmm.
Some type of police report clearing somebody, correct?
Yep.
Did you know at the time that among the beneficiaries was not just Monica Sementilli, but her children, Jessica and Isabella?
Absolutely, and that was in my first explanation to her, because I broke the life insurance out in the Excel sheet, in the columns, all the beneficiaries, including the percentages they were entitled to as Fabio had designated them.
So those were designations by Fabio himself to Cody prior to his
Correct.
death.
So when you sign up for your benefits, one of your things life insurance, and you have the opportunity to say what percentage goes to which dependent.
And without putting that back on the screen, it had to do with, I think, 45% Monica and 25% or 20%, something like that, to each of the children. Is that correct?
Each of the daughters, and there was a son in Canada as well, so there was a percentage for him. I can't remember if it was equal or what, but there was.
So all three of the children, the two that were Monica and Fabio's, and one from his previous marriage.
Yes.
Okay. Did you know whether or not any of those payments were made by Cody or by the insurance company, MetLife? Eventually?
No, I don't know eventually.
Did you ever follow up with Monica on whether or not she had, in fact, done this and taken the steps to file the claim with MetLife?
I'd put it the other way round. She was following up with me
Okay.
regularly, and I re-explained to her what she had to do to make the claim, and that I could not do anything about it. So there was follow-up, but not by me.
No. There was frustration on her part, correct? That you understood that.
Absolutely, as it was becoming mine.
Okay. And some of the frustration initially was directed at Cody because she didn't know why this wasn't going through, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And among the 3 or 4 times that you guys talked about this frustration, you were thinking as well, my God, we've done an awful lot for you already with the salary and the health benefits, as well as the other things that you testified to, correct?
Yeah, I don't want to make it. I have to be detached in these things. It was frustrating.
Okay. But you understood what she was going through as well.
Of course.
And during the course of this time period, there were several events that took place at which Fabio was honored or memorialized in some way. Is that correct?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. One of them was there in Woodland Hills area.
Correct.
Is that right?
At the office.
Okay. And one out at a funeral home or someplace?
There were several events. There was one at our home, at her home.
Let me stop you there.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the witness to be able to answer the question.
You can finish the question.
Well, there was one at her home. We had one in the. It was delayed. We had one in the Woodland Hills office. That was a organization event. We had a bunch of guests come and a lot of the key people in the industry. There was also an event in Canada where he was ultimately buried.
Okay. And did you attend all these events?
No, I didn't go to Canada.
The one in Canada, was that his formal funeral there or something honoring him? Do you remember?
Your Honor, again, based on the witness's answer, it's speculation.
Counsel, you're making a speaking objection.
Sorry, objection, speculation.
Sustain.
Did you attend any events in Canada?
No.
Let's take our afternoon recess for 15 minutes. Yeah, mission applies. See you back here in 15 minutes.
All right. Yes, Julie, you are the special one. Thank you for the cups of coffee. Thank you, Capri Law. Thank you, Hellcat. You guys are, yep. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Krista. Okay, let us move on. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate that. So they're going to take a 15-minute break. They said they were breaking at 3 today, but should already be 3 out there, 3:30. I guess not. So let me see. Let's get through. So Henry Meyer has come up. We found out that he's we're pretty sure he's South African. He graduated from college down there. He met Monica 2 or 3 times. One was in Hawaii. He reviewed all the plans with Monica. They gave a lot of support during the mourning period, which means I guess it was Procter & Gamble at this point in time had bought out Wella, and I think I posted it was like over $3 billion. That's what Procter & Gamble is now. I think they're like one of the 5, like, right? Aren't there like 5 or 6 companies that own everything? I think P&G is one of them, but I'll look that up later. They provided food, transport, funding events, chairs, tables. That was all for the January 29th event. And then we kind of knew all this stuff, and we heard sort of talk about this, but Monica was harassing me and implying I wasn't moving fast enough. So we're actually hearing from the horse's mouth, as it were. The nature of her attacks on me after all I've done for you and your family. He contacted law enforcement, and we heard Detective Parchell say, when Monica says contact law enforcement or contacted HR, he was like, what? You want me to, so I know Parchell's talked about that as well. Like, you contacted HR or HR contacted us or something like that. So the story is kind of starting to come together now. Monica claims he wasn't being responsive. He said he was irritated because he felt he went above and beyond. Every interaction, Monica kept pressing and felt it wasn't moving fast enough. Eventually, he called LAPD, but that didn't do anything to speed up the life insurance payment. Of course, it's not. Explained that to Monica, and she still called to have them speed up the process. He was hassled and harassed by Monica and her lawyer. I didn't catch the lawyer's name, but I went back and I looked at the closed caption. It said Shen, so I'm not sure if that was, how closed captioning doesn't always work. So I don't know if that was, I'm not sure if that was the lawyer or not. Let's see what else. Where was I? Lost my thought here. He saw a social media post because it was a big deal in the organization. And he said he had huge empathy for Monica. I mean, who wouldn't, Who wouldn't, at that point in time, who wouldn't have empathy for her, But I think, Julie, you said that what she's coming across is just, a gutter gripe or gutter snipe. We are definitely seeing Monica's true nature come out, right? Cross came up. Let's see. Didn't really say much. The CEO, who was Sal Marcheri, went over. They were assaulted by TV and law enforcement. They kind of chuckled about that word, assaulted. That's when he learned about Fabio getting deleted. Up until then, they just kind of heard that, they weren't quite sure 100%. Deborah Obad makes an appearance. I sure hope we hear from her. I mean, we have to. We have to hear from Deborah Obad. We have to, right? Monica seemed pretty upset and traumatized. They didn't ask if she had tears. They've asked everybody else if she had tears, but they did not ask Henry if she had tears. He didn't talk to her, but he said the beauty business is full of hugs, so he probably did give a hug. He had never dealt with this before, meaning somebody being deleted. He says, in my 30 years, I've seen a lot of things, but I've never seen this. So that's where we stand with that. And they're taking their afternoon break. So, all right. So, our internet's acting up. So just hang with us. Curviel in the house. Curviel, did I see you pop in? Curviel, you missed a whole day. Where's Curviel? There you go. Curviel. Let's see. Oh, why isn't that coming up? Oh. Okay. Curviel, did I get home just in time for him to just abruptly end for the day? No. They're still going. All right. Hold on. See if I can. Every time we get kicked out by Comcast, we have to go back and do this. So let me see if I can get this done. So I can pull up your comments. All right, well, maybe I'll do that. Baka of 3, you're welcome. for the recaps. I'm trying to get you guys pulled up here. Let's see. It's just been one of those days, guys. One of those days. All right, here, let's try this. There we go. Okay. Okay. Hopefully this will work. Let's try this. All right, that didn't work. Just give me a second. Oh, I can't, yeah, okay, I can't, I have to stop this stream. All right, I won't be able to pull out your chat. Sorry, guys. Because we are getting kicked out of the stream. It's like it's a new stream, and I'd have to stop this stream in order to do that. So I won't be able to pull up your chats. So I'll read them, but I just can't. Dream Landry, I love the recaps. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Let's see. Curvy, oh, is your mother okay? Something happened to your mom? Greedy gutter snipe, Julie, yeah. Yeah, Caprila, we started Boswell together, and then we came over here. That was our intention, was to play Megan in the morning and then pick on Monica in the afternoon. So, but then tomorrow is going to be Karen Reed. So, therapist is back. Cool. Missy Russell, got to run, but I hope you all have a fantastic night. You too, Missy. Thank you for being a part of it. Appreciate it. Curvio, oh, she had hip surgery Monday, which is why I've been, oh, I gotcha. Missing in action this week. I hear you. Well, we're all on you and your mom's side right now, so hopefully she'll be okay. Let's see. Yeah. So tomorrow we want to. Karen Reed's got a hearing. Going to be talking about ARCA. Whether it's not going to be a Daubert hearing, I think it's just going to be if they need to have a Daubert. So, and then, well, whenever she's done, I mean, if she goes all day, we'll stay with Karen. If she's finished, then we'll jump in on either Monica or Megan. I'm like Monica and Megan. It's like, oh God, so many M's right now. Yes, Irish Amy says, so sorry to hear about that, Curviel, sending healing thoughts and prayers. Yes, we are. Baka as well as sending you thoughts and prayers and hugs. So after this stream, we're going to do a Shoot the Shit with Squeegee with True Crime Addict. She is a UK streamer, content creator. So we're looking forward to talking to her. I think that's going to be fun. We're going to see what trial she's covering and what she thinks about U.S. trials and why the UK doesn't stream. So I think that's going to be fun. So join us. That's going to be 8 o'clock, so it's another hour and a half. Ken also sends best to Curviel and his family. I'll do an informal poll. Which trial are you guys more interested in, Monica or Megan? Just an informal poll. or both. Because if Karen goes Thursday and Friday, we'll stream something on Saturday. Probably, most likely, Megan, but we'll see. What do you guys think? Monica, Megan, or both? Capri Law, you're invested in both now. Yorkie wants Boswell. Hey Mona says Monica. See, it's hard to say because this was just a long, sort of boring day, not the real salacious stuff yet. Oh, River Girl, 12. Both. Dream of Landry, both. Anja, both. Yeah. Tennis Girl wants Megan. Widespread Panic, both for me. Flip a coin. So would you guys be adverse if we do both? Jean Doherty says both. Lily Wayne says Boswell. Monica is less sad. Boswell is more interesting. Irish Amy says, I think both, as Monica will pick up with Baker and Austin. Absolutely. Yeah, Monica's definitely going to get... Yeah, once those two are the star witnesses, in my opinion. Irish Amy, I agree with that. Once Baker and Austin come on... Hey, Mona, can't wait for the felons. I know, right? It's going to... like, right? How many times is it a battle of the experts? This time it's going to be a battle of the felons. Colleen, Itchy Withers, Horse Rescue says both. All right. Justice Obsessed, both. Boswell deserves all the attention, though, Pammy says. Monica Drama is still ahead of us. Widespread Panic. They're both going to be like 3 or 4 weeks, right? So we'll get to them. We just may not get to them live, but we'll get to them. And now we're behind in Megan. Therapist, I'm drawn to Boswell because of that baby. I know. Your poor parenting right out the door, Baca. Ken Rosenberg, I think it's important that you and Aaron are into the trial as well. I wouldn't stick to one if you're struggling through it, though. Hellcat says both. I'm invested with both, to be quite honest. I'll do both. I think we fall into the trap of we want to please everybody, and sometimes you can't do that, right? Therapist, says we're not pizza. Capri Law says you're doing insanely good at juggling these. Thank you, Capri. Appreciate it. I kind of want to do both. I'm invested in both. If we didn't have Sementilli, we would be full on Megan. So, and now we're into Widespread Panic. What Ken said. Therapist, you're not pizza. I know. So. Julie, I'm easy, not literally. Irish Amy, agreed, Ken. Do what works for you. Squeegee and Aaron, I will watch whichever you stream. Thank you, Irish Amy. Appreciate that. Ken Rosenberg, that's sort of what I meant. What you guys want is important. Julie, now I want pizza. Yeah, it's going to be definitely a pizza day. Maybe tomorrow. Pizza Friday. It's always Pizza Friday. Pammy says, we will be here no matter which you choose, my friends, Chris and Aaron. Thank you, Pammy. Appreciate you as well. Everybody in our chat we love. You guys know that. Ken Rosenberg, yep, here to support you all in the chat. Thank you, guys. It means a lot to us. We will keep moving forward, and we have 2 really good trials going, Dream of Landry, whatever you and Aaron decide. Okay, cool. Appreciate that. Super Bowl should choose. Hey, Mona. That's funny. Therapist, Hellcat, even cupcakes can't make everybody happy. Not everybody likes cupcakes. Does everybody like pizza, though? Pre-law, we know Hellcat true. Yeah, I think emotionally I'm invested. Therapist, oh my God, I have a wheel that we can spin if we ever need to make a decision. I'm emotionally invested in both of them. Even, I mean, after today with Megan, that was pretty brutal. So I'm invested in that. I want to stand up for poor Evelyn, and and if we're a day or two behind, we're a day or two behind. So be it. Ken Rosenberg, true, we could get a little wheel for Super Bowl to swat at to pick trials. Oh, dude, come on, that's really funny. At least I hope I said that right. Widespread panic. Yes, Erin can represent one trial, Chris the other, and both call Super Bowl and do the one she chooses. Angela loves pizza. Back in the day before we got demonetized, we would have been dual streaming right now. We would have been streaming both of those trials. Pammy says, yes, Evelyn needs our attention. Yeah. Curviel says, honestly, being able to skip the breaks and just being a day or two behind is nice. Yeah, I agree, because then you can zoom. I agree with that. So I don't mind this morning Megan, afternoon Monica. I don't mind this format. I kind of like this format. And we're going to lose a couple days because of Karen, unfortunately, but I do like this format, so if you guys are cool with that, I'm cool with it. Yorkie, it just seems like we've waited so long for Boswell, but I'll watch it in whatever order works for you. I know we have, Yorkie, we really have. Baca, I have difficulty with child red rums given I know it's tough, Baca. It is tough. And Yorkie, I agree. We have waited so long, and we will cover it. I'm not going to not cover it. We will cover it. Curviel, yeah, glad you can decipher my comments.
The record, Fabio Sementilli, defendants present, all counsel present, jury, and also present.
Oh, they're back. They're back.
It's getting a little crowded outside. Not too bad. It's a little crowded, but we may end a little early. So we'll see how it goes. Mr. Meyer, you're still under oath, and you may continue.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I'm going to put up on the Elmo Exhibit 102. Do you recognize this?
I do.
This was prepared by you for Monica Sementilli, is that correct?
Yes.
And it's entitled Estimated Benefits, and you're the author. Is that right?
Correct.
I believe you testified that this was at a meeting you had with her on February 9th. Is that correct?
I'm trying to remember, but I gave two documents to her. I think the first meeting, this is a lot of question marks in it, right? I don't know the details. It's estimated. The second meeting with her was, I provided a lot more detail in terms of how to make the claims, and so I think there were two documents. So I can't recall exactly when I gave it. Okay. One of those two meetings.
The second meeting was the one where you were more detailed.
Yes.
It wasn't estimates anymore. You had made decisions, Cody had made decisions about his salary, the medical, and so forth and so on, correct? Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. Do you know how long after the first meeting was the second meeting? How long it took you to finalize a lot of these
It was an effort. I think I met this first time after the murder, the 26th of January, and I think this was the 9th of February, something like that.
The second meeting with her?
I believe that was the 9th of February.
And the first meeting after the night of the incident, 102, when you did the estimated?
Possibly the 26th. It was the following week. So, 70. Yeah, I think it was the 26th.
Do you have an actual date in mind when the policy was changed by Cody to extend the salary benefits and so forth?
Well, there were two things. The decision was to give the go-ahead that we could do it for Fabio.
Yes.
The second one was to write the policy into a formal document that becomes part of the handbook of the organization or the policy document. So I'm knowing any bureaucracy, it probably takes a bit longer to get a policy documented. But I don't know the date.
And when you were able to tell her that, at least as far as Fabio was concerned, or she was concerned, in period 103, that was, what, 2 years later, after the night you were there, or
I could
what?
only tell her what I could confidently assure she could get. Yes,
And that was that February 9th?
I believe so.
Okay. You mentioned something concerning, well, let me put up on here the, well, I've got it up here. You talked about stock options at some point, is that correct?
There were various forms of those, yep.
Did you have those mentioned here on your, okay. Take a look at the bottom area here where I'm quoting, where it says restricted units, estimated value based on stock price 125.17 of $3,995.
Yep. Yep.
Where did you get that figure from?
Those were provided, I think they were P&G benefits, and I think they were provided by the Canada HR folks.
Okay, but you obviously did some research to find out, first of all, that there were options at all, correct?
I did some considerable research on getting everything defined, yep.
Did you know how many options there were? Or just the value?
The value.
Okay.
And again, they subject to the stock price, right?
Yes, obviously.
So that was just the estimated price at the stock price is quoted as the 25th of January 2017.
Okay. So whatever the stock price was, did you know the number of options they had, number of shares?
I dare say, but I couldn't say for sure. I must have got that number from somewhere.
But if you multiplied that by the stock price, you got that 3,995.
Yep.
Okay. Did you know, during your research at that time, were you made aware of any other stock options other than those that existed for Fabio and Monica?
They are stock-related benefits, right? Because some are. They have savings plans. They all, some of them are retirement vehicles.
Okay.
So you buy a stock and you own them and it grows or whatever to enable retirement. Stock options are given as recognition for company performance or division performance or something like that. So it's a variety of things.
If you're lucky enough to be employed by Google, you can make a lot of money in a stock option.
That's right.
This, again, was based on the date that you, of what the stock was on the date that you provided that information, correct?
Yes.
And then it's got Cody 401k savings, $13,000 to date. Is that a retirement account?
401k is the federal savings plan that companies have, yep.
And that, again, was the value at the time that you prepared this form. Is that right?
I can't say specifically that's the value I had that I provided. It could be more, it could be less, but that's what I've understood it was.
Now, when it came to filing a claim with MetaLife, didn't you instruct Monica to fill it out and provide it to you, and you would submit it to MetaLife? MetLife, I'm sorry.
MetLife. I don't recall that. We may have given her the form. Janet Cover, my senior HR person, was probably helpful in that matter. It's probably better to ask her. I don't recall doing that.
So you're not sure whether or not Cody submitted a form from Monica to MetLife or whether she was instructed to do it herself?
I don't know. I do know that we gave her the contact details to call MetLife, and there was a form to fill in and the requirements, so we explained that process to her. Who filed it doesn't sound like we personally do it for someone. That doesn't sound right for insurance. It's a personal matter, but maybe.
Would Janet be the one to?
She may be.
Okay. And did she have to contact MetLife to get the form, or did you or Cody provide the form for her? if you recall?
I don't recall.
Were you at all texting with Monica at any time during the course of your communications with her following the death of Fabio?
I believe there was some text, yes.
Do you recall if you were using the app WhatsApp or some other app? Do you recall?
I don't know.
So, rule.
Don't know.
At that time, were you using WhatsApp?
I can't remember. I should know. My company runs the internet for the world, but no, I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember ever using WhatsApp?
No. But I have used it, but I don't recall using it then. Probably because I'm foreign, I might make cheap phone calls home and at the time, so possibly I was using it.
Now, the salary that you agreed to pay for 6 months was the salary that he was earning at the time of his death, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that he was a very successful...
Objection. Cumulative.
I'll allow this. Although you're testifying, counsel. When you say the words, do you agree, you are testifying.
Was he a very valued employee?
He was a valued employee for sure.
And a successful one?
He was successful, yep.
And if he had stayed with Cody, he would have had salary increases every year.
Why do I object? That would call for speculation.
Sustained.
Would his salary have been renegotiated yearly or on any regular basis?
It's not negotiated, it's reviewed annually, subject to performance and obviously the company's ability to pay.
And the company was doing well at the time, correct?
It was okay. I wouldn't say it was doing fantastic because it was a new acquisition. There was a lot of changes, but it was good enough.
Okay.
We weren't laying people off.
He had a good future.
Maybe.
Sustained.
And if Fabio Sementilli had lived and continued to be employed by Cody, he would have the opportunity to earn increased amounts of salary options and things of that nature,
Objection
correct?
calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Each year his salary options, everything else would have been reviewed, subject to renewing his contract for another year, correct?
Objection cumulative.
So, rule.
He was an at-will employee, right? So I couldn't talk about his long term, but yes, it would be subject to review because you have to attract and retain people in an organization. So like any employee.
Was he someone at the time of his death, was someone that you believe would have been retained by Cody?
Objection speculation.
It's irrelevant.
Mr. Meyer, when was the last time that you met with Monica Sementilli concerning anything involving Fabio or life insurance, if you recall?
I don't recall if the February meeting was the 9th, was the last, or maybe the March. I don't recall. There were other interactions in terms of emails and I think a phone call as well.
But the figures that we have before you that I've shown you were the latest figures that you showed to Monica concerning Fabio's benefits and the decisions that Cody had made in terms of salary and all the rest. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not any of the stock options were ever exercised by Monica Sementilli?
I don't know anything she did with any of those. There are beneficiary allowances when someone dies, but I don't know if she did those.
All right.
In fact, that's done centrally in the HQ, so no.
You were still working at Cody when she was arrested in June of 2017. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you were aware of that event, correct?
I was.
At that time, were you aware of any options, stock options that she had exercised up to that date?
I would never be aware of those because you exercise them privately and you do whatever the stock thing is, so I just wouldn't know.
Well, the company would have a record, obviously.
The company would, and but it's
Not HR.
well, someone in HR, but it would be their specialist area, not local HR looking after the operational side of the business.
And do you know at the time of her arrest whether any life insurance had even been paid to her children?
No,
The answer's already in.
Your answer is no, you don't know.
I don't know.
You didn't check.
Nope.
Was there any other, I'm sorry, was there any other form that you prepared concerning benefits and so forth involving Fabio Sementilli other than the ones that we've shown you today?
I'm not aware of any. No.
So whatever was in effect by the time you gave her the second document. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
Can you read the rest?
No.
Thank you, sir. You are excused. I'm thinking. We're going to adjourn. The extra half hour is not going to make that much difference in this case, and I want you safe. I'm getting fond of you, and I'm already planning our Christmas dinner together. So we'll be in recess tomorrow at 9 o'clock. The admin applies not to discuss this case among yourselves, or if anyone else form expressing opinions of the causes finally submitted to you, please drive safely. I'll see you tomorrow at 9.
All right. Sorry. I don't know if that's active or not. Is that the right chat? Because we're losing frames. I don't know if that's the right chat. Okay. Okay, cool. This seems to be the right chat. Because when we lose frames and Comcast interrupts us, the ability to pull up live chat gets all screwed up. Anyway, you guys have no idea what goes on in the back end with Comcast. So thank you for bearing with us today. Appreciate it. I know it was a rough day for myself, but we made it through. And thanks to you guys, we made it through. So that concludes day 7 with California versus Monica Sementilli. And we basically just heard from Henry Meyer and what's the other woman's name? Well, let's see. We heard from Sally Schon, Tracy, Rakovich, and then Henry Meyer. So they've gone. This is day 7, and they've only gone through 12 witnesses. So I know some of you have asked how long this is going to go for, and I'm thinking, this is like a 3 or 4 week easily. So, yes, Pammy, it has been that. I'm not going to say it because who knows what YouTube will do to us. We're trying to be in their good graces. And Pammy says thank you, and Aaron for staying strong through it all. Thank you guys. So that's it for today. We are going to be talking with True Crime Addict in about an hour or so at 8 o'clock Eastern. So if you guys want to join us, she's a UK streamer, content creator. So I think that'll be fun. We're going to be talking about what trial she's covering and how she got involved in YouTube. So I think that's going to be cool. Ola says, Trial TV Live and Squeegee, thanks mods and chat for your funny, clever repartee. Yeah, Baca, I'm not sure what protests are going outside. If it has to do something with politics, we'll just leave it at that. It may have to do with that, so we'll just leave it at that. Dreamer Landry, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Nan R, we made it and I ordered my couch. No confirmation on who will take out old one, but hoping for the best. Cool. Dreamer Landry says, see everyone tomorrow. Ken Rosenberg, we appreciate, yes. See y'all tomorrow if I'm not able to get back on. Cool. Yeah, so later today is going to be to shoot the shit with Squeegee, and then we're going to pick up on, we're going to do Karen Reed, I think, tomorrow. Not I think. We're going to do Karen Reed tomorrow. We'll pick back up on these cases, which is Monica and Megan, as we can. We're definitely going to follow them. We are following them. And then tomorrow night after we stream, we're going to have Victoria Maxwell, who was in our chat, and with Jules and Jimmy. So definitely join us for that. It's Devin Perkins. It's definitely something you guys need to watch, should watch. Widespread Panic, thanks so much for streaming today. I know it was a long day. It was a day today. Remember, we love you. Thank you, Widespread. We appreciate that. We appreciate you guys. Ohio Palm Mom, thanks for the coverage. Irish Amy, thanks, chat, for being your amazing selves. Tennis Girl, see you all in about an hour. Yes. All right, cool, guys. All right, thank you. I'm going to go kind of decompress because I've been going since 8:30 this morning. So, Irish Amy, see y'all tomorrow. We'll be in and out, but we'll watch them where I can and we'll like the videos. Thank you. Thank you for those that gave us a Venmo and cups of coffee. You know, that really, really means a lot to us. I know we're just chugging along. You know, it's not about the money, to be quite honest. It's about you guys and getting eyeballs. So I think once we do get monetized again, fingers crossed by YouTube, you know, even just watching, just this helps as well. So we're just chugging along as best as we can. So we appreciate you guys, and we will see you guys hopefully in an hour if you want to join me in True Crime Addict then, and if not, we will see you guys tomorrow. Karen Reed starts at 9, so 9 Eastern. So we'll see you guys then, and I will play some music to chug us out. So thank you to our mods, thank you to Aaron, thank you to OnlyFan and Julie, Therapist You Know, Hellcat, Widespread Panic. Brat, he's been on vacation, so he's not been with us, but Jules, Rachel B, I think she was with us at one point, Florida PI Sam. Pammy says, bring on Comcast. That's going to be Monday. Yep, that's going to be Monday. So, all right, guys, I will see you. Hopefully I'll see you in an hour, and if not, we'll see you guys tomorrow. So we'll see you. Bye. Mm-hmm.